right, you two. Here, put these handcuffs on them, Mort.
No, you can't do this.
He's doing it, ain't he? Now, shut up. Maybe you think your boss can get you out of this one, huh?
Maybe he better, mister.
Hey, these might be the men you were looking for, Sergeant.
Well, we'll soon find out. I imagine the banker and Dobie will be able to throw a lot of light on the subject. Get the dogs up, King.
All right, just a minute, Sergeant. I'll go to Dobie with you. It ain't every day I get a chance to watch the law working on bank robbers.
It was late afternoon as Sergeant Preston closed the doors on his two prisoners in Dobie City. And it was an excited banker who stood by, grinning triumphantly.
Yes, sir. They're the ones, all right. Made me open a safe that hit me on the head. I still got a bump. Oh, still hurts, too.
I wanted you to identify them, Bid.
Last thing I said to them was that they wouldn't get away with it. Now who's laughing, boys? Sergeant Preston, I gotta hand it to you. If it hadn't been for you, well, I hate to think of what would have happened.
It's a little too soon to hand anything to anybody, Bid.
What do you mean, Sergeant?
Well, it's true that we've got the robbers jailed.
And you've got the gold back in the bank. Seems to me that's about...
No, there's more to it than that. Much more. You see, Bid, there's someone else behind these robberies. I'm convinced of it.
Say, now that you mention it, when I swung the safe doors open, one of them said, just wait till the boss sees this.
Did they say anything else? Anything more definite?
No, that's all. Maybe you can get them to tell who it is. They're all alike. Once they get in a tight spot, they'll tell everything they know.
I've already talked to them.
No luck?
No. But they may change their minds. I'm convinced that these are the men who've been responsible for those robberies in Belle Vista, Dorston, High Top.
If you're right, then they're the ones that must have killed O'Toole in High Top.
Hey, look, Sam. We got visitors again. Hey, well, what do you want, Molly?
I'm giving you two a chance to lighten your sentences.
That's mighty interesting. But if you're here to ask for names, you're wasting your time.
A miner's jury won't go easy on you unless you help me get the man in back of you two. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain.
You're right on one thing. We got everything to gain just by staying here waiting.
And waiting for what? You'll be convicted of robbery while your boss makes a getaway with the gold he's holding from those other banks.
Auntie, we ain't talking.
Well, suit yourself. There's a chance for you to help yourself.
We'll get help, all right. And you can put this in your books. We won't be here long enough to be convicted by a miner's jury. See?
Easy to see they ain't got a brain between them. There ain't a soul in Dobie'd be likely to spread the news of you two being in jail where it do you any good.
We don't need anybody to spread the news, Shorty.
All right. Come on, Bid.
Save your breath, Monty. You'll need it to explain why your jail's empty when the jury gets together.
What do you make of it, Sergeant? They seem mighty sure of themselves.
Yes. Too sure.
I don't understand it.
Well, there's only one explanation.
What's that?
Put yourself in their place, Bid. If you were jailed here in Dobie City and your boss was, say, over in Pikeston, what would you do?
Why, I'd try to get word to him, I guess.
You wouldn't be so sure that you could get word to him in time to get out of facing a trial that's 2 days away, would you?
No, I wouldn't. And if I was in their shoes, I'd either make sure he'd face that trial with me, or I'd break my neck seeing somebody that'd tell him to get me out of jail, or else.
And they haven't talked to anyone since Mort and I brought them in.
And yet they're so plumb sure that... it beats me.
There's only one answer to it. The man we're looking for must be right here in Dobie City.
Right here? Say, who do you suppose? That must be it.
Yes, of course it is.
In that case, the only thing to do is to double the guard on the jail and make sure he don't get the chance to spring them. By golly, that's it. And when they see that trial coming up and no help from their boss,
No, I think, Bid, that we'll force his hand.
What?
We'll give this boss of theirs just the chance he's waiting for.
Well, I don't get you. You mean you know who he is?
No, I don't know who he is.
Well, then, you're going to take a chance on leaving the jail unguarded?
If we leave the jail obviously unguarded, he'd suspect the trick immediately. Remember, this is the man responsible for a string of bank robberies that he's gotten away with up till now. Well, he'd be too smart to fall for a trap like that. I'll need your help, Bid, and King.
I'll do anything I can. But I still don't see
King
how...
and I are going down to the wharf, then upstream a bit. Tomorrow morning, I want you... Early the next morning, miners thronged the streets in Dobie City. They were gathered in the cafe, in the general store, and lounging outside the frame buildings bordering Main Street. When suddenly, Bid Miller came racing from the wharf at the riverfront at the street's end.
Hey! There's a man in the river! Preston's dog's trying to pull him out! What? Yeah!
Man in the river!
I want to see that. Come on, Mike!
It was a stampede. Men who were hungry for excitement and entertainment raced down to the wharf, some of them already laying bets on whether or not the dog would be successful in pulling the man out of the rushing waters of the Yukon River. As Bid ran past the jail, he called to the guard.
Don't you want to see it, Clem?
Sure.
Come on, this is too good to miss. Sandy can keep his eyes on them two prisoners.
Hey, got him right with you, Bid. I made you 2-1. That dog don't make it.
The street that only 2 minutes before had been crowded with men was deserted. Mort Kramer walked out of the cafe and slipped up behind the one guard left standing outside of the jail. The man was facing the wharf, listening intently to the wild cries of the miners. He never realized his danger till Mort was upon him.
Oh!
Now they get the keys. Good. Lady Luck's playing right into my hands. Now to find which one of these is it.
What the? Mort.
Yeah, it's me.
For a while there, he's beginning to worry about you.
You knew better than that. What did you think I came to town with the Mountie for?
What'd I tell you, Sam? See? Boy, will that Mountie be surprised. How'd you manage this?
Preston managed it. All right, come on. My sled's in back at the cafe.
What do you mean, Preston managed it?
Every miner in town is watching that dog of his pull some fool out of the river.
Oh, his dog, huh? I hope that mutt never gets out.
Just the chance I was waiting for.
Yeah? Well, it's a good thing for you it came up. Because if it hadn't, we'd have told enough about them robberies to hang you.
Fool, what could I do in front of Preston? Come on, we've wasted enough time. Preston might be back any minute.
You're wrong, Mort. Not any minute, right now.
Preston.
Those keys, put your hands up.
This was a trap, you fool.
Yes, it was a trap.
But I thought...
You thought I was down at the river with the miners, that the coast was clear. I should have known when these two stopped at your cabin, Mort, that it was all prearranged, that your cabin is the hideout. But I've got enough evidence now to put you just where you belong.
Hey, Sergeant, what happened to Sandy?
That wasn't any man. Just a dummy. Somebody stuffed a suit of clothes and sent it down the river.
Did it work, Sarge? Mort!
Yes, Bid, it worked. Mort Kramer's the man we're looking for. I was standing behind the office door waiting for him, and he walked right into the trap. I think we'll find the gold from those other robberies out at his cabin.
Well, I'll Sergeant, I don't get this.
You'll hear about it in court tomorrow, Tim. Lock them all up, Bid.
Well, even if it was a dummy, you should have seen that dog of yours swimming. I never seen anything like it.
Good work, fella. Good work. Yes, with your help, another case has been solved. Upholding the motto of the Northwest Mounted Police, Sergeant Preston and the great dog King maintain the right and get their man. Don't miss their next thrilling adventure when they meet the challenge of the Yukon once again on Saturday at this same time. On King! On you husky! Challenge of the Yukon, a copyrighted feature of the Challenge of the Yukon Incorporated, brought to you every Saturday at this time, originated in the transcription studios of WXYZ Detroit. The characters and events in tonight's drama were fictitious. Bill Morgan speaking. This is the Michigan Radio Network.
The Clyde Beatty Show. The world's greatest wild animal trainer, Clyde Beatty, with an exciting adventure from his brilliant career. The circus means thrills, excitement, snarling jungle beasts. The circus means fun for young folks and old. But under the big top, you see only a part of the story. The real drama comes behind the scenes, where 500 people live as one family, where Clyde Beatty constantly risks death in the most dangerous act on earth. This master of the big cats has journeyed to Africa and India, hunting down his beasts in their native jungle. All of this is part of the Clyde Beatty story. It is entitled Elephant Stampede. This was Africa. No sun reached the river through the roof of trees. The stream lived in a perpetual dusk. The air was moist, humid, and a mist rose from the river as though this mighty land of mystery would hide her face from strangers. Insects and flies swarmed about our heads as the natives guided our craft down the treacherous stream. My English friend, Dr. Ramsay Albright, sitting beside me in the lead canoe, waved to Harriet in the second craft.
Rough trip, Clyde. But your wife's holding up like an old campaigner.
She looks so tiny, buried in all those boxes and bundles, maybe we should have brought her up in this canoe.
We're the pioneers, old man. We scout the way to see that our precious belongings may safely follow.
If anything happened to Harriet, I'd...
Oh, don't worry. Old Wongo's son, Boku, is a skilled boatman.
I hope so. This river is no calm mill pond.
That's why I put Boku in charge of the second canoe. Don't forget that equipment is precious, too. If we lost that, we'd surely have to abandon this elephant hunt.
Lucky for us, you were in Nairobi and free to come along, Ramsay.
Lucky for me, you mean. I couldn't afford making a safari. Then you pop up with one ready-made and I get a free vacation.
And we get a free medical. Who knows Africa? Glad to have a doctor along.
Well, very satisfactory arrangement all around, I should say.
Water! Come fast, water! Rocks! Mingisana!
Wongo said there's a rapids ahead with many rocks.
What do we do now?
May have to portage round it. What do, Wongo? Carry boat, maybe?
Too long, carry. We ride canoe. Can do.
He says we can run the rapids.
Well, here's where we pioneer.
We go first, Wongo. Boku and Missy follow.
Yes, Buona. Boku know we always go first.
Harriet, there's a rapids ahead. We're going to run it. Your canoe will follow.
All right. But be careful.
Hang on, Clyde. Here's where we shoot the chutes. Wongo's telling them to keep to the right. There's a whirlpool that'll suck us under at the foot of the rapids.
Look out, that sharp rock will sink us.
Look at that whirlpool. I'd hate to land in that.
Oh, man, what a ride that was.
Wongo knows his stuff.
Boku, Missy come.
Look out, Boku. More to the right. To the right.
Watch that sharp rock.
Boku. Boku to the
Watch
right.
the whirlpool.
Boku to the right.
Watch it, Boku. You're going over. You are listening to the Clyde Beatty Show. And now back to Elephant Stampede, an exciting adventure from the life of Mr. Circus himself, Clyde Beatty. Clyde and Harriet Beatty, with their English friend, Dr. Ramsay Albright, are traveling by canoe down a rushing African stream. Clyde and Ramsay safely ride through a swirling rapids. But Harriet's canoe is overturned and she is plummeted into a raging whirlpool. I'm coming, Harriet!
Wait,
I gotta get Harriet.
Wait, you'll only be swept under with her. Wongo.
Yes, Buona.
Hold boat close to whirlpool. Quick, use poles. Tell boys.
What are you doing?
Getting a rope.
I'm going in,
Wait,
Ramsay.
get this rope round you. I'll tie it.
Hurry, she's going under.
There, that'll hold.
I'm coming, Harriet!
Wongo, use poles. Keep boat close as you can.
Yes, Buona.
Swim to your left side. To your left. Let the stream carry you to her.
What a Beatty like fish in water.
You'll have to be to fight that undertow.
Buona, look, Crack Missy.
Yeah, he's got her. Quick, Wongo. Help me. Pull on rope.
I pull.
Pull, Wongo. Pull. That's it.
Grab her, Ramsay. I'm about done.
I've got her. Hang on to the boat while we pull her in. Now then, Clyde, give me a hand. Up you come.
Harriet, are you all right?
I think so. But my hair must be a mess.
If she can worry about what she looks like, she's all right.
Clyde, Ramsay, what about Boku and the others?
Boku and boys all same like water snakes. See? Already safe on shore.
Pull into shore, Wongo. We'll build a fire, and while these people are getting dried out, we'll try to salvage some of that equipment. Well, Mrs. Beatty, feeling better?
I'm all right.
We're okay, Ramsey. What about our stuff?
Well, the boys salvaged some canned goods and the camp equipment. The blanket and canvas will have to be dried out.
What about the canoe?
Oh, it's not damaged seriously.
I hope the stuff we sent by truck arrived in... What's the name of that town?
Butiaba. It's not a town, really, just a village. We crossed Lake Albert there to Cassagny in the Belgian Congo.
Oh, what? More water?
Maybe we should have gone with the stuff by truck.
Oh, I wouldn't have missed that swim for anything. It was so refreshing. But all this water, I thought Africa was a land of desert.
Well, you'll find desert enough and jungle, too, in the Congo.
Oh, are we ready to start again?
No, we'll camp here tonight. Butiaba's less than a day away. No need to hurry.
No, I guess the elephants will wait.
They've been waiting for centuries. And there'll be elephants in the Congo for centuries to come.
Time seems to mean so little in all this vastness. Africa's so big. It's almost frightening.
And there's very real danger in Africa. Make no mistake about that. That's why I wired Jim Bradford to meet us in Butiaba.
Oh, Bradford knows the elephant country, does he?
No one knows it better. He's the best white hunter in the Congo. And that's important. On an expedition like this, your success or failure, sometimes your very life, depends on the ability of your guide.
So this is Butiaba. I must say it's not much to look at.
Well, compared to some of the native villages we'll be seeing soon, Butiaba is a metropolis.
Looks like the whole population turned out to see us land.
Yeah, no sign of Jim Bradford, though. Wango,
Yes, Buana.
set up camp over there, close to those trees.
Yes, Buana. I don't see by. Agree by
Come along, Clyde. Let's take a walk down to the compound, see if our equipment arrived.
Harriet, maybe you'd better wait here. We won't be long.
Fine. I'll supervise setting up camp. I don't trust Wango's house.
Yeah, be sure to see that Wango boils the drinking water.
Don't worry. In this place, I wouldn't use water for anything unless it was boiled.
Can't understand where Bradford is.
Maybe he's waiting with our stuff.
Surely he'd have come down to the landing.
Well, anyhow, I hope our equipment got here. After losing so much in the river, we need it badly.
Well, we'll soon know. That tin roof building up there's the warehouse.
Looks like it's closed up.
Well, they have to keep everything locked up tight around here. The natives will cart off anything that's loose. Watch your step on this platform. Board floors don't last long in this climate. You may crash right through.
There doesn't seem to be anybody around.
The warehouse man is probably asleep inside.
Well, if he can sleep through that, he's a bet.
Voila. Do you speak English?
Gracie, me, I speak him very much good.
We're looking for the agent.
Me, I am agent.
We should have some equipment here. Came by truck. Shipped to Clyde Beatty.
Beatty, yes, Buana. Mingisana, very much equipments come for Buana Beatty.
Good.
You come in. You see.
No, might as well check it over, Clyde. Then
Right.
we'll send Wango and the boys to pick it up.
Please to come in.
You know Buana Bradford?
Bradford. Not know.
Big hunter. Catch 'em elephant. Big.
Not know.
He was to meet us here in Butiaba.
No stranger come. Long time.
Anybody leave a message here for us?
No message for Beatty. Truck bring letter from Tororo, but not for Beatty. Letter for Ramsey Albright.
Albright, you mean? Yeah, that's my name. Have you got the letter?
I get. You wait. I get.
Well, Ramsey, looks like our stuff is all here.
Good.
Here, letter.
Tough luck.
From Bradford?
Yeah. He can't take the job. Already engaged with a party of big game hunters in Uganda.
What do we do now?
Oh, nothing we can do but cross to Cassagny and hope to pick up a hunter there.
Why don't these
fellas, hurry. We'll be tied up here all night.
Always a lot of bother with the customs people here in Ksenia.
What do they think we are, smugglers?
Well, if Bradford had met us in Tiaba, he'd cleared us through in no time. He's in with the right people.
Oh, there. You having some trouble?
Oh, just the usual fuss and bother with the customs.
Well, maybe I can help you. Carlton's my name. Sid Carlton.
Oh, I'm Albright. This is Clyde Beatty.
Beatty? Yeah, I've heard of you. Circus man, aren't you?
Yeah. We hope to capture some elephants in the Congo.
I take hunting parties out myself. Know these custom Johnnies and be glad to help you out.
You're a guide?
I'll call it that if you like. I'm a professional hunter.
Do you know Jim Bradford?
Oh, Jim? Sure. Good man. Getting on, though.
Well, he's the best in this part of Africa.
Well, I'm not bad myself. I do say so. Ask anybody in Ksenia. Is Bradford your man?
Well, we wanted him, but he's busy.
And you need a man. I'm free for 3 or 4 weeks.
You know the elephant country?
I've been there. It's a nasty trip from Ksenia. Have to go through the pygmy country. They're bad medicine.
Would you take us there?
Sure. I'll take you anywhere in Africa.
What do you say, Ramsey?
All right, I guess.
Then you got yourself a man. Just leave this customs business to me. I'll take care of everything. You'll never be sorry you hired Sid Carlton. Hey, John.
Hope
How
we
about
will.
getting the baiting party cleared?
Won't what?
Be sorry we hired him. Maybe I'm prejudiced, but I don't like the looks of Sid Carlton.
Tired, Harriet? It was a long trek today.
No, I'm fine.
What do you think of the native village, Mrs. Beatty?
I'm glad we camped this far away, Mr. Carlton. That chief gives me the creeps.
Old Maba? Ah, he's all right. He's a friend of mine. Only 2 things he hates. Pygmies and lions. Has lion pits dug all around the village.
Lion pit?
Yeah, traps covered with brush. Watch out you don't tumble into one. Well, I guess I'll turn in. We'll be in Pygmy Land tomorrow.
The Ituri forest?
Yeah. Ought to hit the river at the border about noon.
Hello. What's up?
Oh, it sounds like Maba's boys have caught something in a lion pit. Come on.
Harriet, watch your step. Remember those pits are all around us.
They're hauling something out of that pit.
Well, that's no cat.
It's a child.
No, Mrs. Beatty, it's not a child. Maba's boys have caught themselves a pygmy.
What's Mother saying?
He says the pygmies are their enemies. This one must be killed.
Oh, no. They can't do that. They can't kill the poor little man. Clyde, stop them.
Better keep out of it, Mrs. Beatty. These natives hate pygmies.
I'll not keep out of it. I'm going to stop them.
Come on, Ramsey. We'd better go with her.
He's taking an awful risk, Mr. Beatty.
You got a gun, Carlton?
Oh, sure.
Give it to me.
I can use it if
Give it to me. This is my responsibility.
Okay.
Mama? Where is Mama?
Me, Maba, Missy.
What are you going to do with that man?
Bad man. We kill.
You mustn't do that.
Be careful, Mrs. Beatty. Be careful what you say.
You tell Maba what he do. Nobody tell Maba. Maba, chief.
Maba, Missy mean no
But
harm.
don't you understand? It's wrong to kill another man.
Man kill Maba's people. Maba kill.
Are you sure this man killed your people?
No matter. Man's people kill Maba's people. We kill him.
Oh, Clyde, what can we do?
That jewelry you're wearing, maybe you can buy them off.
Oh, yes. Look, Mapa. A necklace. You like?
Yes, I like.
If I give you the necklace, will you let man go?
No, man must die.
No use, Mrs. Beatty. We better get back to camp.
No, wait. Maba, look. Ring for ear. You trade man for necklace and ring?
No.
2 rings. Maba, 2 rings and the necklace.
2 rings? 2 rings and necklace.
You'll trade? Look at them, Maba. You'll trade?
Maba trade. Give necklace and rings. You take man.
From now on, we'll have to keep our eyes open. When we reach the other bank of that river, we'll be in pygmy land.
So that's the Ituri Forest. Gloomy-looking place. Looks as though no man had ever stepped inside its borders.
Very few white men have and live to tell the story.
Oh, come now, Ramsey.
It's true, Clyde. It looks impenetrable, but it's honeycombed with trails.
That's right. Those little men scuttle around in there like rats in a burrow.
They may be small, but the pygmies are deadly, one of the fiercest races on the earth.
I wish you'd stayed in Nairobi, Harriet, as I suggested.
Where you go, I go, Clyde. Remember?
But, Harriet, if anything should happen
Now,
to you...
don't start that again. If I can handle myself in the arena with the cats, I can take care of myself in pygmy land.
One scratch from a poisoned arrow or spear is fatal, Mrs. Beatty. We must stay close together, all of us, when we enter that forest.
I wonder if we'll see the little man we rescued from Mappa. Do you suppose he's in the forest?
If you see him, he'll probably turn loose a poisoned dart at you.
I don't believe it. He was so grateful. Even tried to tell me his name. Salu or something.
Buana, better we go back.
What's the matter, Wongo?
Look, on riverbank ahead. See spear stuck in ground. Spear with ball of red feathers on top.
I see it. What does it mean?
You expected gratitude from a pygmy, Mrs. Beatty. That spear is a warning. A warning of death.
We'll bring you the exciting second act of the Clyde Beatty Show in just a moment. But first, a word from our sponsors. And now, Act Two of Elephant Stampede, an exciting adventure from the life of Mr. Circus himself, Clyde Beatty. Clyde and Harriet Beatty and their party, on an elephant hunt in Africa, reach the border of Pygmy Land only to find a grim warning. A warning of death to all who enter.
Beyond the river, to the right and left of the narrow trail, the jungle crowded in. Behind us, it closed upon our passage as though we'd never existed. And there ahead, in the silent tangle of trees and creepers, every tree trunk, every tortured bush might mask a hidden enemy. We were in Pygmy Land. We'd passed the border. And always in our minds was the pygmy's warning. A warning of death.
Clyde, every step I take, I feel that something out there in the bush is keeping step with me.
Nothing could get through that tangle, Harriet.
A pygmy could, or 100 pygmies.
It's like a nightmare. Everywhere I look, I feel unseen eyes looking back at me.
Nonsense, Harriet. You're letting this thing get you.
Only they'd do something. Beat their drums like other savages. Anything. I think I'd scream with relief.
I'll be glad to see the last of the Ituri Forest myself.
Oh, how much farther must we go to get out of this horrible place?
Well, not far, according to Carlton. There's a rolling plain less than an hour away.
We camp there tonight, and tomorrow we go for our elephants.
How do you know there'll be elephants there?
There are always elephants on that plain, but usually the hunters come in from the other way. It's easy traveling across the grasslands.
If we capture any bulls, we'll take them out that way.
Hold up. Boku, get chopping knives. Here, Wongo. Take gun. Stand guard.
What's the trouble up there?
Trail is blocked. Big tangle of thorn bush. Boys will have to chop their way through.
Blocked? I don't understand that. This is no game trail. It's been kept open by man.
Yes, by the pygmies. Otherwise, the going would have been tougher. The jungle quickly reclaims its own.
Well, that's just the point. I think that roadblock was made by the pygmies. It may be a trap.
We'd better keep close together.
And keep your guns handy. Now, come on, let's move up.
Clyde.
What is it, Harriet?
I have the most awful feeling. I feel like all those unseen watchers were moving in on us.
Come on. There's trouble up ahead.
Buana, Boku, big snake, got Boku.
It's a python.
Oh, it's crushing him. Shoot it, Clyde, shoot!
I can't. I might hit Boku.
The chopping knives. Maybe we can cut it loose.
Hurry, Buana. Big snake mash Boku like bug.
Give me that knife, Wongo.
Here, take.
Rest you boys. Flash those coils. Now, be careful. Don't hit Boku.
Ramsey, chop at his head.
I can't get a clear swing.
Hurry, man. Boku's about done for.
Yeah, that did it. Cut his head almost off. That's finished.
Come on, you boys. Pull these coils loose.
Easy now. Easy now. Boku's pretty badly smashed up. Pull him free. Easy now. I'll take a look at him.
Rest you boys drag this snake out of the way.
Ramsey, Boku, is he?
He's still alive. One arm seems broken, and I can feel some smashed ribs.
We better get him out of here. We're only about a half hour from the plane.
Well, we'll have to make a hammock. Carry him. That'll take longer.
And we better get going. We don't want to spend another night in this forest.
How's Boku tonight, Ramsey?
Resting easily. Asleep now. I set his arm and taped his ribs.
Will he be able to travel when we pull out of here?
Well, depends on when we leave. Located your elephants yet?
Yes. Wango recruited some more boys with some tame bulls to handle the wild ones when we catch them. The scouts are working a herd slowly toward the cliff over there.
When will you be ready for the drive?
Tomorrow morning. Wango has the stockade finished now. It's at the west end of that cliff.
Oh, why there?
Save time. Only have to build one wing. Drive the bulls between the flaring wing and the cliff, and they'll have to go into the stockade.
I guess I'll have to miss the drive. Can't leave Boku alone in camp tomorrow. Where are you and Harriet going to watch from?
Oh, that bunch of scraggly trees against the cliff there. Carlton says that'll be a swell spot to watch the fun.
Better take along an elephant gun. Wouldn't be fun if the bulls turned on you.
You know, Carlton says the pygmies hunt elephants with darts and spears.
Carlton would say that. Ask him if the pygmies tickle them to death. When I face a ton or two of tusker, I want a good heavy gun.
Look at that, Harriet. Old Wango's boys sure know their business. They got that whole herd of bulls on the run.
Oh, they're big ones, aren't they?
Yeah, we'll get some fine specimens. They're headed straight for the stockade.
I hope the elephants don't see us here. If they charged us, we'd be trapped. We could never climb that cliff and backle us to get away.
Don't worry. They'll never spot us here in the bushes. Carlton picked a good spot for us to watch the drive.
Clyde, that tusker, he's seen us. He's charging us.
Get behind me, Harriet. I'm going to have to shoot. I missed him.
No, he's still coming. Shoot again, Clyde. Shoot, quickly.
I can't, Harriet. The gun's jammed.
Clyde, the whole herd's turned. They're all charging. We'll be trampled to death.
Harriet, look. It's the pygmies. They're dropping down off the cliff.
It's Baloo. He's come to save us.
They've turned the herd. They're driving them toward the stockade.
Another minute, we'd have been crushed into the earth.
Yes, Harriet. Thanks to your bargaining for the life of that little brown man, he was alive to save us. Oh, and these are the pygmies that Sid Carlson said would never show gratitude.
Before we return with a preview of our next thrilling Clyde Beatty show, here is a message. Here is a preview of the next Clyde Beatty adventure, Cage Boy.
A telegram for you, Clyde.
Oh, just a copy of what they read me over the phone, I guess.
Maybe you misunderstood it. Maybe.
No, says the same thing. Kegler fired Jimmy because he suspected him. Wait a minute. Look at this.
What?
The top line.
Mr. Clyde Beatty, care of Clyde Beatty Circus, Lake.
No, I mean, look where this was filed. Cleveland.
You mean this was sent from right here in the city?
Exactly, and the Thorndike shows are in Memphis.
Then what on earth?
Somebody's framed Jimmy.
But I don't...
We can talk about it later, Harriet, but right now I gotta find that kid. You know whether or not he's left the lot yet?
Oh, yes, I saw him leave. Zeno was outside, and he stopped to talk to him.
Zeno? Harriet, did they leave together?
I'm not sure, but I think they did. Clyde, where are you going?
To find them, Harriet. I hope I'm not too late. Yes, there's real drama in the story of Cage Boy. Maybe I have a soft spot because I remember my first job so well as Cage Boy with the Haynes Great London Circus. I was 15 at the time, and that job was the next thing to heaven. Our next adventure tells what happened to one Cage Boy when he became the victim of a vicious rival.
This story was based upon incidents from the career of the world-famous Clyde Beatty and the Clyde Beatty Circus. The Clyde Beatty Show is produced by Shirley Thomas. Elephant Stampede was written by Don Thompson. All names used were fictional, and any resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is a Commodore production.
Adventure, intrigue, mystery, romance, starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. Together in the sultry setting of tropical Havana and the mysterious islands of the Caribbean. Bold Venture. Once again, the magic names of Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall bring you Bold Venture and a tale of mystery and intrigue.
Slate, you should have been with us. Laid up for repairs on a jewel of an island and the girls with the wild orchids. Oh.
Be gentle with me, Joe. I'm a man of responsibilities now. I've got a boat and a hotel.
And me.
And her.
Every sea orphan to his own paradise. You found yours.
And he'd better not stray from it, or I'll beat him over the head with a wild kumquat.
You got yourself a tigress this time, huh, Slate?
Ah, a kitten.
You heard what the man said. A tigress.
Uh-huh. You signing on with the Tampa Victory again, Joe?
First mate on that stinking oil bucket? Oh, no. I don't need her anymore. We're done with each other. I just come off her for the last time.
Oh?
All I need is right here in this little package wrapped in Shanghai silk. I give it to you.
Why, thanks. We didn't expect it, did we, Slate?
Don't let the tears well up in gratitude, Miss Duval. You're only to keep it for me till I come back for it. Will you do that for an old sea mate?
Sure.
In a good place where no one can touch a greedy finger to it, eh?
Let's see. We got a safe. Will that do?
Slate keeps all his valuables in it. His necktie. His, well, that does it. His necktie.
It's the best place we've got, Joe. How about it?
Just remember that in this bit of silk, you hold the rest of Joe Bishop's life.
I'll remember.
Then take it.
Hey, what's that combination again, sailor?
Don't bother to ask him, honey, because he won't need it.
Who asked you, Buster?
Slate, be polite. He's got a gun.
You're cute, honey. Hand it over, you, the thing in your hand. Give it to Tommy.
You'll not take it from him. You'll not...
You know something? I bet he's dead. Anybody want to discuss it?
Yeah.
Don't, Slate. He'll kill you, too.
You read me, honey. Throw it on the floor, Slate boy. He does what you tell him, doesn't he, honey? Hold on to a man like that. And now Tommy's going to go away with it. Because right now, Tommy doesn't want anyone else to die. Mr. Cordovan. Mr. Cordovan.
Shut up.
But, Mr. Cordovan, I brought the package. You said
My
that...
current suggestion to you, Thomas, is to shut up, sit down, and watch. Consider the beauty which surrounds you and savor it if you can. Sit down, Thomas.
Chorus girls dancing. Not supposed to send me?
See how delicate. That one over there.
She's fat, Mr. Cordovan. She's tattooed.
Primitive goddess. Primitive. Doesn't it turn your blood to ice, Thomas, to realize we are here now beyond the reaches of civilization? a part of it.
I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Cordovan. This is a crummy walk-down joint in Havana with a 50-centavo cover charge. Here's the package.
Thank you, Thomas. Did you have any trouble?
I killed a man.
Oh, I'm glad you did, Thomas. Another life, another death added to the fabulous tears of Siva.
Open the package, huh?
Of course. Thomas, gaze.
Uh-huh. How much are they worth?
The tears of Siva. The priceless tears without fleck or flaw, the treasure of the far Indies. Genghis Khan laid a city to waste for these.
Look, all I see is 2-star sapphires. And all I want to know is how much are they worth?
They are priceless. Observe them. Pick one up and look at it. It will light up the whole room. Go on, Thomas. Pick one up and look at it.
Sure.
I first saw these beauties after a pick-sticking with the Raja of Similou. He showed them to me.
This is pretty.
Not the Raja of Similou who played polo. The other one, the one with the wives.
Uh-huh. This star sapphire doesn't light up nothing, Mr. Cordovan.
What did you say?
It don't even show a star.
What?
Maybe they're priceless because this Genghis character liked them. But from where I'm sitting, they're dime store items.
Let me see. What wild joke! Someone has bungled. I'll have his head, do you hear? I'll have his head.
Phonies. I knocked off a man for 2 marbles.
Forgive me for losing control, Thomas.
Yeah.
Someone will die for this.
Yeah.
Mr. Slade, come a man from sea, who dream of island, say, do something for me. Say, here is pocket, please put it away. I come back to take it on another day. Then in walk man with death in he hand, say, hand over pocket in voice so bland. The seafaring man makes big protest, 2 bullets in chest. Give him rest.
You think they did that, King?
A man finds peace in many ways, Mr. Slate. He only does not know when it is coming to him.
I didn't have to come to him that way.
Look, Slate, maybe Joe Bishop bought it that way. Maybe he could...
tasted wild fruit on a tropical island. He didn't expect to end up on a slab in the police morgue.
The police will take care of it, Slate. They'll find his murderer. It's out of your hands.
Is it? Is that how you want it?
Whatever you want, Slade.
Take your hand off my arm. Just go get your coat. I want to talk to the skipper of the Tampa Victory.
Whatever you want.
Send him away, King. I'm not into anyone.
I'm afraid I heard that, Mr. Shannon. One of my less exquisite vices, eavesdropping.
Goody. Now I don't have to be polite.
Thank you, sir. I have come to share your bereavement over the deceased Joseph Bishop, and to ask if Joseph's dying song was for me.
Might have been. We couldn't make out the words. Joe's pain got in the way.
And he had no message for me, for Junius Cordovan is intimate of many places and many memories.
No message.
The name of a port, perhaps, of a person, of a thing?
No name. Try for a number?
I have consumed your priceless time. Good day, and may the goddesses of, whatever be with you. May they indeed.
You know what's wrong with a roly-poly man? He's going through life thinking he's skinny.
Okay, Mama Freud. Just get your coat.
Do I have to, Slate? It's a warm night.
Where we're going, it might turn cold. Get it.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
Where's the skipper of this freighter?
Can't see him.
Joe sent us. Is that the way you say it, Slate?
Now, look, let me handle it, will you?
Why'd Joe send you?
He's a friend of ours.
And Joe's a friend of the skipper's. Now we're all friends. Hi.
You got the makings?
23 skidoo, you seafaring man, you.
He means the makings for cigarettes.
Oh. Here, they come all put together now. Take one.
Hanky.
Tell me something, mate.
Nope.
It's about Joe.
Nope.
Take the pack.
Yep. You were talking about Joe when I interrupted, mister.
Joe and the skipper friends?
They're going to milk cows together.
You can't get a lot closer than that, Slate.
Real close, them two. Since Port-au-Prince, they pat each other on the back every time they pass.
Yeah, how come since Port-au-Prince?
Since then, that's all. Since Haiti. Since the checker game.
You can have my cigarettes, too. Let's start with the cows.
Nope. Let's start with the checker game. Joe went ashore in Port-au-Prince. Didn't come back. Skipper chewed his pipe stem in two neatly. Tried to get another first mate. Couldn't. Called me. Skipper and me went ashore and found Joe.
Playing checkers?
With a lady.
What lady?
Owns the Sailor's Rest in Port-au-Prince.
I can hardly wait till the part about the cows.
They're going to milk 'em. Joe and the skipper. In Pennsylvania.
Huh?
Sure. Since Port-au-Prince, they decided to quit the sea. Going to buy a farm in Pennsylvania. And milk
cows.
Yep. Something happened there in Port-au-Prince, mister. A man who sails the sea decides no more sailing. Something happened. Changed them two.
Let's go talk to the skipper.
Nope. Sleeping.
He'll wake up.
I tried to stop you. You'd knock me down, wouldn't you?
Make you walk the plank.
They don't do that no more. They're knocked down. Skipper's sleeping in his cabin.
Come on, sailor.
Try the door.
You want to handle this, or you're going to let me?
I'll try the door. See? Skipper's not a tidy man. Sextant off the wall. Coffee stains on the charts. And what a dusty compass.
Yeah. Look at the skipper.
Huh?
Come here. Look at him.
Oh, you should have just told me about it.
Stabbed in the heart. Dead. Now, let's get out of here. We got enough fuel on Bold Venture to get to Port-au-Prince?
No, not quite. Why?
Because that's where we're going. We'll pick up some gas in Guantanamo.
The question's still hanging in midair. Why?
Look, two guys had a dream about owning a farm in Pennsylvania. One of them was a friend of mine. I've got a boat that can get me to Haiti. That's not very far to go for a friend.
What makes you think the answers are in Haiti?
Well, that's where two sailors suddenly decide to become farmers. Whatever brought them that decision also made them dead. Let's go to Haiti, sailor.
Looks like they're about ready to shove off, Mr. Cordovan.
Give me the glasses, Thomas.
Yeah. You might notice, Mr. Cordovan, that the boat and the girl make a pretty picture.
Let me enjoy it.
That Shannon louses it, huh?
He seems very efficient. On your wanderings on the dock, did you find out their destination?
Yeah. A character whispered to me, Port-au-Prince, Haiti.
Well, here's some money, Thomas. Hire a plane.
Where to?
Port-au-Prince, Haiti. I want to give those two an interesting welcome.
Our stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, and the second act of our story.
You know what they say about this place, Slate?
I know what seamen say. What do they say?
They say when Paris catches cold, Port-au-Prince sneezes.
Well, that's not the way I heard it. The way I heard it, sailor... Those jeans you wear keep throwing me.
Then buy me a Paris dress. Maybe that'll make you remember.
Look, sailor,
Mille pardon, monsieur et mademoiselle. You are young in Haiti, no?
No.
Then follow me. $10, the guided tour, and you will grow old. But in ecstasy.
$1. $1 for a sailor's rest, run by a lady.
The place of Mademoiselle Denise? For $1? Do not insult me, monsieur. I give you that for nothing. 12 Rue des Toussaint. Au revoir, my respectable.
And au revoir to you too, sailor.
I'm going with you.
Here's some money. Check in at the Elysee Hotel. I'll meet you there.
I'm going with you.
This is a sailor's rest, baby. How are they going to get any if they see you walk in?
Why, that's the nicest thing you've ever said to me. Come back in one piece, respectable Shannon. That you, Slade?
No, honey. But better open up, or we'll scream. Remember me, honey?
Yeah. You kill.
You're doing good, honey.
And me. Do you remember me, Mr. Val? Ah, you're enchanting, Mr. Val. You may shut the door, Thomas. And you may go through all the feminine galaxy of reactions, Mr. Val. Fright, terror, wonder, curiosity. Which?
Dibs on the last one.
Sheer delight you are, Mr. Val. Isn't she, Thomas? No, tear yourself away from us.
Ain't he the one?
I could lean out the window and yell. What's the French word for help?
Even if I told you, it would never rise to your classic lips, Mr. Val. This gun would bury it in your throat. No. Let us just sit here in delicious contemplation of each other until Mr. Shannon brings us the tears of Siva. From there, I may improvise.
You run this place?
Oui. You want to play checkers with Denise, no?
No.
What do you want from Denise?
I want to talk to you.
Sit down, talk. We play checkers to prevent from boring each other, huh?
I'll take the black. You know a man off the freighter Tampa Victory, first mate named Joe Bishop?
Who are you?
Joe's friend.
Move a shekel. How do I know you're Joe's friend?
He died in my arms.
Oui. I look into your face, I see sadness. Your friend. Jump.
Yeah.
2 for 1, you will lose. Joe dead, huh?
Uh-huh.
He was here. His captain came for him.
The captain was knifed to death.
It was the jewels, for the bad luck jewels.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The ones given to Joe by the Mama Loy.
I'm still not with you.
Mama Loy, voodoo lady. In the hills outside of Port-au-Prince.
Why did this, whatever you call it, Mama something, give anything to Joe?
Perhaps Mama Loy liked Joe.
Can you take me to her?
It's not allowed.
I didn't ask you that.
You wish to go to Lady Voodoo?
That's the impression I'm trying to make.
Denise will take you later tonight. Now move a shekel.
I hope you know the way.
Quickly. There is her hut. Go to her.
How about you?
I wait here. Go. Mama Lo is expecting you.
What? How does she know I'm...
Go. Come in, Slate Shannon.
Yeah. You're,
I am Tante Maria, and you are Slate Shannon, and you wish to know of Joe Bishop.
Those drums outside told you all that?
The drums, other things. Joe Bishop is dead, as is his captain.
Maybe you can tell me who killed him.
Those who won the tears of Shiva.
That doesn't mean anything to me.
2 sapphires that I want to give to a sailor because I'm tired of rubbing them between my fingers. He told me he would return for them.
Sapphires? Valuable?
To me, no longer. To those who covet them, the wealth of kings.
You've still got them?
Here, in this pouch. Take them, my son. Use them to find those who have struck down the sailor.
I'll do my best. Denise, where are you?
Here, my Sherry, waiting for you.
Well, stop waiting. I'll race you back to Port-au-Prince.
That would be your Mr. Shannon with the tears of Siva.
How do you know? It could be the housemaid with knees to match.
A wager, dear woman. Your life against his. Let him in.
Go away, Slate. He'll kill you.
So unworthy of you, Mr. Val. Instead of frightening him away, you have only...
Sailor, what's it?
You have only given him into my hands. My compliments, Mr. Shannon. You're a gallant. I counted on that.
What are you doing here, Chubby?
The tears of Siva, Mr. Shannon. You have them?
Uh-huh.
They've cost me many tragic hours, Mr. Shannon. The hour when the seaman told me he had them, would sell them to me. The hours of waiting while Thomas killed him. The desolate hour when I discovered Thomas had brought me worthless baubles of glass. I will not suffer any more such endless agonies, Mr. Shannon.
Joe double-crossed you, huh? Was going to sell you phonies while the real jewels were with a voodoo crone, so we could grow sapphires on a Pennsylvania farm.
The tears of Siva, Mr. Shannon. Death, Mr. Shannon, like this gun.
You don't want them, Slate. Give them to him.
Yeah. I'll do that. Take 'em, Chubby.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
You ought to diet, Chubby. You're fat. You're starved. Exercise more like this.
You...
Pick up the marbles, sailor.
You'll not get away.
Watch him, sailor. Run.
I'll have your heads. I'll have your heads.
Okay, sailor, take the wheel. Steady as she goes. We're running without lights.
Tired, Slate?
Yeah, sure I'm tired. I ran faster than the cops in Haiti ran. As far as I know, they're still looking for Cordovan.
Slate?
Yeah?
Do you think those sapphires will make nice earrings?
If you can get them away from the Port-au-Prince chief of police, said he'd take care of them. He'd send them back to that lovable old witch. That's Cordovan, sailor. Give her the gun.
They're shooting at us.
Turn her around, sailor. Head right for him.
Are you crazy?
Do what I tell you. Okay, steady.
We'll crash into them.
Just make a pass at him, sailor. Come as close as you can. We've got to take that chance.
What are you doing with that harpoon?
I've speared a lot of fish for this. Maybe I can get me a Thomas. Now, sailor, make your pass. It's yours, Thomas.
You've got good aim, Slate. Now what do we do?
Go back for the big fish. Steady, sailor. I'm going to board her. Steady.
I'm glad to have you aboard, Mr. Shannon. You've made a mess of things. You can redeem yourself by handing over those sapphires.
You think you can handle this tub with one hand on the wheel and one hand on a gun?
Exquisitely.
You've got one shot. After that, I'll get to you. If you miss me, you're dead. It's a lumpy sea, too. Well, Cordovan? Well? You missed. Now it's my turn.
Don't!
Oh, I can do this all night. Only you give up too easy. Sailor!
Everything under control?
Ship shape. I'm going to throw you a line.
Okay.
Got it?
I've got it. Secure.
Tow us in, sailor.
We going home?
We're going home.
Here, put this on, Slate.
What is it?
I bought it in Haiti, in a little shop.
I don't care where you bought it. Just tell me what it is.
Well, this part is a love charm. And this part is a long chain, so it hangs over your heart.
What'd you pay for it?
What difference does it make? Put it on.
Anything to amuse you, sailor.
Now that you've got it on, don't you feel anything?
Nothing. What's it supposed to do to me?
Make you feel love. It says so in the directions.
Well, you better read the directions again.
All right. Oh, yeah. Here it is in small print.
What is?
I'm supposed to get inside that necklace with you.
Oh, I knew there was something wrong. Come on.
Now, what does it do to you?
Well, we can take it from here. Throw away the directions, sailor.
And so our two stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, have brought to a close our latest bold venture story. Special music was composed and conducted by David Rose. May we invite you to listen again next week at this time for another exciting adventure starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall together in Bold Venture.
Black Flame of the Amazon, featuring Harold Noyce, world-famous explorer in person. You remember last time, hurried preparations were being made for the party to get away from this part of the jungle where the native Indians were hostile and had caused so much trouble. What happened to Butch Grogan and his equally villainous partner as yet is not known. The disabled seaplane, useless now because of a broken propeller blade, is on its way downriver for repairs. Pat Donovan is aboard with two reliable Indian canoemen to assist him in keeping the ship in midstream. Mr. Noyce, Pedro, Jim, and Gene Brady are now in their dugouts. In each boat, a crew of sturdy Indian paddlers, each paddle stroke taking them just a little nearer to the Black Flame country.
Gosh, Mr. Noyce, I never thought there was so much jungle in the whole world. Jungle, jungle, jungle everywhere. We come to a bend in the river expecting to see a green field, maybe, and...
Yeah, expecting, but no, ma'am. Just a flock more jungle, hour after hour, and day after day.
And you might as well say year after year while you're at it. For a person could travel here for years and never get out of the jungle.
Boy, oh boy, it just looks like when the world was new. Like stories I've read about what it must have looked like millions of years ago.
Well, Gene, a million years is a pretty long time. However, I doubt if this jungle has changed so very much in the last, say, 50,000 years or so.
Who knows? Maybe there are some great big animals. You know, prehistoric brutes left over. You think so, Mr. Noyce?
You mean dinosaurs, eh? No, I doubt it. If there were any such things, I'm inclined to believe they'd have been seen long ago.
Well, I'm believing that they do still exist.
Jimmy, will you please shut up? Hector's pup. Isn't it scary enough without you getting nightmares in the middle of the day?
Oh, gosh. Can't a fella get thinking if he wants to?
Sure you can. But, gee, try to do it more quietly. You don't have to think so out loud, see?
Si, Senor Jim. You know, I am see one of those things what you call the three-story animal. See, it was one big one, too. You know, Pedro, she was in the jungle one night. It was so dark as the stack of black pussycats.
You mean you actually saw one of these big prehistoric animals?
See,
Gene? What did I tell you? But go ahead, Pedro. Tell us.
Well, it was the very dark night when suddenly this big animal, she was come right into the camp.
Right into camp? In the jungle here?
Si, senorita. It was come very, very slowly into the camp where Pedro she was. And it was have 3 heads.
Oh, now, Pedro, 3 heads. There ain't no such animal.
What do you mean there ain't? Pedro, she was see him with his own eyes. It was have 3 heads. And look, with one head, it bent way down and grabbed Pedro by the back of his neck. And with the other head, it was grabbed Pedro by one ear.
And I suppose with the other head, it laughed right in your face.
No, it did not laugh. With the other head, it was grabbed Pedro by the other ear. And it was shake me like the little puppy dog. And Pedro, he was yell like everything. Is that not so, Senor Noyce?
Say, were you there too, Mr. Noyce? Did you actually see that monster?
No, I didn't actually see it, but I had to take Pedro's word for it.
But if you were there, you surely must have seen it, too.
No, I didn't see it at all. I did hear a lot of noise. Pedro was yelling like fury. And when I got my flashlight going, I found him all tangled up in his hammock. He was almost choked.
Si, Senor Jim. Oh, that was the one terrible night, though. I will never forget to remember it. Caramba, I was so much glad when I was woke up.
Oh, heck. And it was only a dream then. Just a dream?
No, Senor Jim, no. It was not only a dream. It was one beautiful night horse. I mean nightmare. And it was happened 2-3 years ago. And look, I'm still shaken with the fright. Look, Pedro's hand, it is still tremble like everything.
Well, I still don't think this is the time nor the place to tell ghost stories. One more like that, Pedro, and I'll be having the heebie-jeebies.
Heebie-jeebies? What is those things, senorita? I'm not here or those things.
The heebie-jeebies? Well, they're, I guess, you know.
She means like the willies, the jitters.
The heebie-jeebies, they are like the Williams and the jitters. Senor Noyce, which kind of language is this? I am not here of the jitters. You know what those are?
Well, I'm afraid I'll have to let Jimmy and Jean do all the explaining. Go ahead, Jimmy. You started it, didn't you?
Who, me? I should say not. It was Jean.
Says you. How come I started it?
Well, it was you that pulled that heebie-jeebies first.
Well, you can do the explaining. I just know that the heebie-jeebies, well, they're the heebie-jeebies. And that's all there is to it.
Look, Pedro, I'll try to explain it.
Oh, please.
For instance, now, when that big 3-headed nightmare, Saurus, started chewing on your ears, how did you feel?
How did I feel? Pedro, she's feel like the very Sam Hill. And you know what Pedro do?
Yes, I'll tell you what he did, Jimmy. He nearly hung himself with a hammock rope and yelled as if the Indians were about to barbecue him.
See, I'm yelled so loud, the noise, she's wake me up.
Well, when you woke up, you were all a-twitter and woozy, jumpy, weren't you?
Woozy? Oh, you bet my life I was, yes.
Then that was the heebie-jeebies and the jitters all in one dose, see?
Oh, now guess I'm not understand so well. I'm all mixed up like the little pig's breakfast.
All right, Pedro. I guess you had this coming to you. You would start in on those wild and woolly nightmare stories of yours.
Yeah, and it sort of makes fun out of Jimmy's crazy ideas about big animals. Prehistoric animals in the jungles here.
Well, not quite, Miss Jean. At that, Jimmy isn't so very far wrong. For right here in this very jungle, there are still to be found living representatives of prehistoric animals.
There you go, Jean. And now I suppose you'll start in admitting there are big, strange animals in here.
Well, why not? Pedro just mentioned something about that.
Oh, phooey, Gene. I mean actually, though. Real stuff.
Yes, Jimmy, real stuff. But I wasn't thinking about animals then, not great big animals. I was thinking about a bird that hisses like a snake. It's called the hoatzin.
What? It hisses like a snake and is called the Hoatzin? Say, that's a funny name. I never heard it before.
Well, few people have. It's only within recent years that anything very definite has been learned about this strange lizard-like bird.
Well, if it is related to the prehistoric stuff, I'll bet it's an ugly, vicious bird, all right. A killer, very likely.
It is ugly-looking, all right, and has a bad odor. The hoatzin is not a killer. It's a vegetarian. It builds in the muka trees that grow in the swamps and rivers. It feeds on the green buds and leaves of that particular tree.
But what makes this Hoatzin, or whatever you call it, so different then?
Well, from the scientific point of view, a great many things. But in particular, the fact that when the young hoatzins are still fledglings with bare lizard-like skins, they climb trees and swim like reptiles.
Oh, gee whiz. Can't they fly?
No, not the fledglings. They're too young. They can hardly even walk, but they can climb trees. And strange to say, they do most of the climbing by their bare featherless wings.
Climb with their wings, Mr. Noyes?
Yes. You see, on the tip of the bone on each wing, there's a little hook or spur. And when climbing, the young hoatzin uses its bill and the hooks on its wings to scramble up tree branches to safety if pursued.
And you say, the grown-up Hoatzins build their nests away out over the water? Well, are they waterfowl, web-feet? Do they really swim?
The strange part of it is that the baby hoatzins can swim better than the older birds. Yes, they can swim even before they can walk. But as they grow older and grow feathers, their ability to swim well seems to leave them.
But if they can't walk, they haven't got webbed feet, just how do they swim?
By using their feet and wings. You see, they use their wings just like you use your arms when swimming the breaststroke.
Oh.
We'll keep our eyes open as we go upriver, and we may run into a colony of them. It'll be a rare sight if we do, for they are almost extinct. Still, I have found them here in South America.
Gosh, that's a new one. Birds that can't walk yet, but are able to swim.
Well, I hope to be able to show you a young hoatzin in action. We look for a nest of fledglings. Then you'll be able to see with your own eyes what few white men have ever seen. A hideous snake-like bird deliberately climbing out of its nest by its hands and diving headfirst into the water.
And actually swimming away?
Yes, underwater just like a fish.
Gee.
It may swim 10 or 20 feet away. Then, if your eyes are sharp enough, you'll see the funny little head with its two big black eyes slowly emerging from the black water near to some protecting tree root or floating vegetation.
Well, me now, maybe I'd rather look around for something big and fierce. Something that can reach up and bite the top of one of those big trees over there. That's the kind of animals I'd like to see.
Okay, Jimmy. But when you do see one like that, I hope I'm someplace else.
Si, Senor Jim. But what if the big animal, she has the three heads like the one I saw that time, huh? That was some animal, and I'm not meaning maybe, perhaps.
Well, Jimmy, you watch for big prehistoric animals, and Gene and we'll keep our eyes open for something that looks like a black flame.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. That's what interests me.
Well, Pedro, she is very much interested, too. Pedro, she has seen many times the red flame, the yellow flame, the blue flame, the pink flame, but even the green flame. But this black flame, well, maybe she is like the big animal with the 2-3 heads I see, huh? That time in the nightmare.
Say, but this black flame, this isn't any nightmare at all. Our dad is supposed to be near the black flame right now. If ever we reach Dad and rescue him, well, we'll know all about the black flame, all right.
Yes, I suppose so. But we won't worry too much about it until we get nearer our destination. That'll be soon enough. Or maybe Pedro will be getting more nightmares.
You know, senor, the best part of the horrible nightmare is when Pedro she's wake up and find it is not so. It is one beautiful, delightfulish feeling.
Oh, Mr. Noyes, for the love of Mike, what's that right behind you?
What? Where?
Say, gosh, it's a big monster shark. See it? See the big dorsal fin? Got big spikes sticking up. Look.
Heck, this pup. Maybe it was a sea serpent. It sure looked like it. Oh, maybe I'm seeing things. Maybe I'm having a nightmare in the middle of the day.
There it is again, Mr. Noyes. Hurry, get your gun. Boy, oh, boy.
Well, what kind of a jungle is this we're in? First, Pedro sees monster animals with 3 heads, and now both Jimmy and Jean see something that looks like a monster sea serpent or a gigantic shark. What happens now? Their canoes are out in the middle of the river, a dangerous place to be with that monster so near. Tune in next time, and we'll see what happens.
Adventure ahead. The National Broadcasting Company presents another in the series of famous stories for the young of all ages. Adventure Ahead. This week, an exciting story of Western Africa, Talking Drums by Waldo Fleming. The story of a young man who dared to go into the jungle and learn the secret of the mysterious and sacred talking drum. Adventure ahead. The Gold Coast of Western Africa, a wilderness of unknown mystery, steeped in jungle lore and native superstition, untamed, uncharted, forgotten by a world at war. Young Philip Baring came back to the Gold Coast after a year in the States, anxious to return to the land he knew as home.
Philip Baring.
Hello.
Welcome back, Philip. Welcome back.
Hello, Commissioner. I didn't expect a reception when I landed.
Well, I have some news for you.
Oh?
From your father up north. I wanted to see you before you started inland.
Yes, sir.
Here, we can talk in my office.
All right.
There. Those Ashanti natives can't seem to work or do anything unless they're noisy about it.
That's right, sir. But it's a good sign they're happy and at peace with the world.
Yes. I only wish things were as peaceful up in the North Country where you're going, Philip.
What do you mean, sir? Has there been any trouble about the railroad?
Well, the work's progressing slowly. Much too slowly.
You mean we haven't reached Ipuntwe yet?
Well, the construction gangs are about 10 miles from Ipuntwe now. But 10 miles in this jungle is like 100 miles anywhere else.
But what's wrong? The last letter from my father, just a few months ago, said the work was going along okay.
Things have changed since then, Philip.
What do you mean, Commissioner?
Your father says the native workmen act as if they were under a spell of some kind.
Oh, that's strange.
Yes, and difficult to understand. Frankly, I'm glad you've come back to the Gold Coast, Philip, because you speak Ashanti, you get along well with the blacks, understand their customs, habits, religion.
That's right, Commissioner.
It's just possible, Philip, that you can find out what's wrong up there. That you can succeed where other white men have failed.
Well, I'll certainly do my best, Commissioner.
It's important, young man, very important, that the railroad be completed all the way to Ipuntwe on schedule. We're depending on your father and his workmen to finish the railroad on time.
Your name wouldn't be Philip Baring, would it? Yes, I expect it would. Are you Mr. O'Hara, my father's new foreman?
That I am, but it's just Mike to me, friend.
All right, Mike.
Well, hop in the car and we'll be getting along.
Right, you are.
Country look familiar to you?
Yes, it sure does. There's something about this part of Africa, the Ashanti country, sort of appeals to me.
Maybe so, but it doesn't appeal to me. Not with all the trouble we've been having lately.
Trouble? What do you mean, Mike?
The way the natives have been acting, like they were scared. Afraid to work harder and finish the railroad on time.
Well, why? Why are they like that?
Why are they scared? I'll show you why.
But I don't see why they...
Listen.
Huh?
Listen.
Yeah, you hear that? The talking drums. The Intimpani drums. You hear them all the time nowadays. And the closer our workmen get to Inpuntwe, the noisier the drums get. Seems to be a lot of them scattered around the jungle. They're religious drums. They're sacred. Maybe so, but they're a nuisance. Every time they hear them drums, the natives just stop what they're doing and listen, like they were scared. And my guess is they're talking about trouble. Trouble for the railroad. The Intimpani. The Ashanti talking drums.
So you've come back, Philip.
Yes, Father, like I wrote, I feel I belong here on the Gold Coast.
Well, I'm not so sure, Philip, but since you're back, maybe you can make yourself useful. I don't know.
Well, you're not so glad to see me, are you, sir?
Oh, of course I am, Philip, but this is no place for you. You belong in a civilized country where you can study your music and live a normal life. This is no place for you.
But, sir, the railroad.
Before that steel track reaches the Puntwe, there'll be trouble, I'm sure of it.
But maybe I could help.
If you knew something about those drums they use and what they're talking about, maybe you could help them. But as it is, there isn't much for you to do. Naturally, you can stay in the construction camp here, live in my tent, just as we used to live. Utasi will take care of you, as he's always done. He's inside in the tent. I expect you'll be glad to see you. Well, I've got work to do.
Yes, sir. Utasi! Utasi!
Philip, my boss Philip.
Hello, Utasi.
You come.
Yes.
My boss Philip come back.
Yes, here I am.
So glad you come back, boss Philip. Long time miss you.
Well, I've missed you too, Tassi. And the Gold Coast. Things haven't changed much in a year.
Well, yes, some things changed since you go away.
What do you mean?
I cannot talk about that with white man. Witch doctors no like. Jumumu, cheap, no like.
Oh? Why? What's wrong with the natives, Utasi? What's bothering them? Why is there trouble?
I cannot tell, white man. I cannot tell.
Why not?
Well, I want to tell you, Boss Philip. I want to tell you, Father, because you're so good to Utasi. Let me work for you. But I am Ashanti. I cannot tell white man what is wrong.
All right, Utasi. But sometime I wish you'd talk to me and take me into your confidence like you used to do.
Well, you... Listen. I hear.
What?
Tumpane. Drums.
What is it, Utasi? A message?
Yes. Message. From Jumumu, chief. That's for my people.
Tell me, Utasi. What do the drums say?
I cannot tell you. I am Ashanti. Message not for white man. I cannot tell you.
Hey, Mr. Barry. Mr. Barry.
Oh, yes, Mike.
You hear them drums just now?
Of course. Now what's wrong with the natives?
Well, our roadbed surveyed to run right through that grove of trees up ahead there.
Yeah?
And these blacks claim it's a sacred grove, and they won't cut them trees.
Who said the trees were sacred?
Jumumu, chief of the tribe north of here. He's the one probably sent that drum message.
Always something here lately. Always something to hold up our work.
Yes.
Mike.
Yes?
How far is Jumumu's tribe from here?
It's supposed to be 5 or 6 miles northeast. Why?
I'd like to send you up there, Mike, and talk with the old man. See what's on his mind.
All right, Mr. Baring.
This drumming and agitating our workmen's got to stop. I've an idea that old Jumumu himself is a hand in the troublemaking. Now, if you could talk to him, maybe you could find out what's wrong, what's bothering him.
It sounds like a good idea to me, Mr. Baring, but I can't speak Ashanti.
Well, take along a native who knows some English. You can use him as a guide, too.
What about your son, Philip?
Philip? Oh, no, that's out of the question.
He's a real smart lad, Mr. Baring. Understands these Ashantis, talks to them. Like they was his own brothers. He'd make himself useful.
Well, maybe you're right. Yes, take Philip with you.
You're going in the right direction, lad? Oh, yes. I know most all of this part of the jungle. Is that so?
Yes, Utasi and I used to hunt up here along this trail.
It looks like awful wild country around here.
Oh, it's not so wild when you get used to it. Ashantis can pick a path through here, even on the darkest night.
That's something else I don't like about them natives. Never know when they're going to sneak up on you some night. Can't trust a one of them.
Oh, you can trust most of them, Mike, if you understand them.
What do you mean, lad?
Well, they have strange tribal customs and ceremonies. Their religion's jammed full of fetishes about not cutting certain trees or not crossing certain rivers and things like that. But you have to learn to accept their fetishes and witchcraft, even if you don't believe them.
Well, who says what's a fetish and what ain't?
Well, the witch doctors, mostly.
Oh, not the drums.
Yes. Must be getting near the village.
Say, who plays them drums?
The witch doctors. They're probably announcing our arrival right now.
Come on.
Well, here we are, Mike.
The first time I've ever seen a native village.
Careful now.
Sakabuna, Samaripa Sakabuna.
Yere Kierewo, Jumumu Teteka. We're friends. Come to see Great Chief Jumumu.
Utanet Uhini.
Come on, Mike. Sure. He says Jumumu is expecting us.
This must be the chief's hut.
Yeah.
Atu Jumumu Ubihua.
Yeah, this is it, all right.
Oh, say, lad, what a layout.
Hey, look. Look at those skulls.
Yeah. Hope mine never gets up there.
O Jumumu, Great Chief of Ashanti, Otana Nua, we bring peace.
Speak.
My father, who builds railroads, sends his greetings. Ola Nua o, Jumumu.
Why you come here?
Okotokomunka, to talk of peace.
Peace?
The railroad, Great Jumumu, must be built, all the way to Apuntwe.
But the Shanti people want no railroad. Bring only trouble, sickness.
Sickness?
You will see. All the Shanti people sick, and much trouble. Keteka sonne, over hoeo nauka.
What do you say, lad?
It's a proverb. When the snake is stirred, it bites. Jumumu means if we continue to build the railroad, he means to stop us somehow.
But he can't.
Wait a minute. Great Jumumu, no kotoko monka ntoa. We want only peace. We want to help Ashanti. Wotase nekwa. The railroad gives much work to your people. Many work for my father.
This I know, and my people give much help.
And now, Great Jumumu, we need your help.
How can I help great white man named Baring,
He is not great without your help. He bows to you who are truly great, Jumumu.
He do this?
Yes, Great Jumumu.
You speak. How can Jumumu help white man Baring?
He asks you to remove taboo, gunu, from trees near river where we work. He asks that you send witch doctor with his drums to our railroad camp to remove the taboo. If curse of Ashanti gods is taken from trees by witch doctor, we can cut trees and build our railroad.
Yes, I help you. If you help me.
What do you mean, Great Jumumu?
I send witch doctor and Tumpani drums to railroad camp and take away Isanuse from trees. But witch doctor and drums must stay at camp to protect you from evil spirits. I want witch doctor and drums at railroad camp.
Say, that sounds pretty good, lad.
That's the trouble, Mike. Sounds too good. Makes me suspicious.
Better take him up on the offer, lad.
Well, I don't know.
We gotta get that railroad through to Apuntwe.
Oh, Great Chief Jumumu.
Yes, you have decided.
Your offer very kind, oh Great Jumumu. For my father and his workmen, I accept.
Oh, Tasinekwa. It is well. Atimai. Oh, kana Atimai.
Amo, Jumumu. Kana hai.
Titikasane.
Ata Great Jumumu.
Atimai. Take Tumpani drums. Go live in White Man village.
Asa Jumumu.
Take Gunu, Isanuse from trees.
Asa, I will do.
And then stay with white men, Achimai.
Stay?
Keep evil spirits from railroad camp. Help build railroad. You understand?
I understand, Great Mumu. I take drums and go. I understand, Great Mumu. I understand.
And everything seems to be all right, Mr. Baring. The fetish is gone, the trees are down, and the blacks are working again.
That's right, sir.
Well, you two certainly got results, but somehow it's incredible that Jamumo would send his witch doctor here.
He's going to stay here, Father, with his drum.
It's almost too good to be true. Doesn't seem possible that old Jamumo suddenly turned friendly.
Well, you can thank young Philip here for putting it across, sir. He sure made friends with that old chief. Oh, well, I'll have to be getting along. I'll see you later.
Okay, Mike.
I just can't understand it, Philip.
What's that, sir?
Why Jamumu wants one of his witch doctors here at our camp.
Well, Jamumu said Achimai would keep away evil spirits so we could build the railroad.
Yeah, but the drums.
Well, so that Achimai can communicate with Jamumu.
Somehow I've got a feeling those drums are going to be in trouble. But, of course, I may be wrong. Let's go have a look at them, Philip. Let's see those talking drums. So, these are the talking drums, huh?
Yes, sir. There's a large one for the deep low tones and a small drum for the high tones. By pounding on them with those heavy sticks, the witch doctor sends out his message in some sort of Ashanti code.
Yeah. You Achimai.
Ato, me, Achimai, Ato.
You speak English?
Some, I understand. Titika, Ato.
Tell me, other drums in jungle like these?
Oh, Kano Natua. Always two drum.
They're made out of wood, a tree trunk, and painted over with those weird designs. Certainly are interesting. I'd like to...
Kota. White man, look. No touching to Pani drum.
Don't worry. We won't touch them. Go on back to your drumming.
These drums are very sacred to the Ashantis. Only the witch doctors are allowed to touch them.
That's why I'm surprised and suspicious that Jamumu sent them here right into our camp. You know, I think this Achimai will stand watching.
Batasi, come here.
Yes, Bass Philip. Yes?
Those drums, the talking drums. You understand them?
Well, yes.
What are they saying? What's Achimai drumming on them?
I cannot tell you that. I cannot tell.
Any luck, Philip? Trying to understand those drums?
No, sir. But I haven't given up yet. What about the men, sir, the natives on the road gang?
Not so good. 30 more out today.
30?
They all claim they're sick, too sick to work.
I wonder what they're up to.
I don't know.
I wonder if that has anything to do with Achimai and the drum.
It's very possible, but there's no way we can tell.
Unless we could understand the language of the drum.
But you tried, Philip.
Yeah. But I'm going to have another talk with Utasi tonight. Maybe he'll tell me the secret of the talking drum. Batasi.
Winnie.
Batasi, I want you to help me.
Help? Of course I help you. I do that.
I want you to tell me about those Ashanti drums, Batasi. I want to know the secret of the talking drums.
The Tumpani?
Yes, I want you to tell me how to understand them when they speak.
No, Bass Philip. I cannot tell you about Tumpani.
But you must tell me, Utasi.
If I talk about sacred drums to white men, they will kill me.
Who? Who will?
Men of Great Jumumu, witch doctors, Achimai.
But, well, I won't tell them. They'll never know.
No, I cannot tell white men.
Well, you're right, Utasi. You can't tell white men about the drums. But you could tell me.
But you are a white man.
Well, in some ways I am, but some ways I'm not.
I not understand, Bass Philip. What do you mean?
Well, my skin's lighter than yours, that's true enough, but I'm not like most white men. I understand Ashantis because I've lived here almost all my life.
Yes.
I speak your language. I know your customs, your religion, your gods of the jungle.
Yes, that is so.
Utasi, if you told me how to understand the drums, I'm sure the spirit of Ntumpani would not be angry. Because I've lived with the Ashanti so long, I'm almost one myself.
Well, I could tell you, and spirit of Ntumpani not be angry. But about Achimai and Jumumu...
If you tell me about the drums, Utasi, I give you my word that Jumumu or the witch doctor will never know. It'll be a secret between you and me and the great spirit of Ntumpani.
All right, I tell you, Boss Philip. I teach you.
Thank you, Utasi. How soon can we start?
Now, tonight.
All right. And how long will it take for me to learn?
1-2 nights, not long, but we must hurry.
All right, Utasi. Tell me everything that I must know to understand the talking drums.
Now, you listen, Boss Philip.
All right.
Remember, the drums speak only words, Ashanti words.
I don't like it, Mr. Baring. I don't like it.
How many new men sick today?
15, but they ain't really sick. There's going to be trouble.
Now, you almost done. Finish. You'll remember what I tell you.
I won't forget it, Tassi.
If you remember that they talk, it is not hard to understand Tumpani drums. Now, you listen, Bass Philip.
All right.
Achimai send message to Jumumu. Chief, you hear?
Yes.
Tell me what he say.
All right. This message for great Jumumu, chief of all Ashanti.
Yes. Many men?
Oh, yes, many men sick here at White Man's Camp.
He's right.
Boss man, chief, worry. He need our men to work on...
That mean railroad.
Oh, yes. All our men make to seem sick. But when time comes and you give the signal...
Yes.
These men rise up to fight. All Ashanti will join to kill white man, drive railroad from our land. We fight soon.
Right.
Well, then we haven't a minute to lose.
We'll be soon much fighting.
And that's why Jumumu wanted that witch doctor here with his drums. So Achimai could excite our workmen and make them revolt.
You don't tell Achimai that I helped you.
No, Tassi. No, he'll never know. But right now, I'm going to tell my father about it. That's the whole story. The reason Achimai is here and the reason the natives refuse to work.
We haven't much time. If the Ashantis are mobilized for battle, there's no telling when they may strike.
And every one of our workmen will join him when the fight starts.
Yes.
Why, there'll only be 3 of us against at least 1,000 of them.
And it certainly won't be a long fight. We might as well organize ourselves the best we can.
Mr. Barry.
Yes, Mike?
Our rifles, most of our guns are gone.
What?
Must have been stole out of the storehouse last night. And something's wrong with the car. She's busted, won't run.
And it looks like old Jamumu's outsmarted us at every turn.
What do you mean?
The Ashanti tribes are planning to attack and kill us. Maybe tonight.
Attack us?
Wait. Listen.
Huh?
Philip's learned the secret of the drums.
He has.
I'm afraid it's too late to help us now.
Well, what are we going to do, Mr. Barry?
I don't know.
Well, I've got it.
What did they say, Philip, the drums?
It was Achimai relaying a message to Jumumu in the jungle. It just said, hold yourselves in readiness. The time has almost come. Tonight we strike.
There's only one thing we can do.
What's that?
Leave everything. Get out of here fast as we can. Head for the coast.
And lose the railroad?
What else can we do, Philip? I don't like to just give up, but we can't hold off all those natives.
I'm from pulling out of here myself.
But isn't there something we can do?
I only wish there were, Philip. But to stop this rebellion, we'd have to exert a stronger power over the natives than old Jumumu himself. It's hopeless.
A stronger power than Jumumu?
Huh?
Say, I've got an idea.
What is it, son?
Those talking drums. They're sacred to the natives. Why, the Ashantis believe anything they hear on those drums.
Well, I don't see how...
And if I could send a message on those drums and tell them to stop fighting...
You?
Yes. I know the secret of Ntumpani. I could pound out a message, I think, and say it was the voice of the spirit of Ntumpani. Even if they didn't believe the message, perhaps it would confuse them.
I don't know, Philip.
Say, listen to them natives.
They must be our men, all right, the workmen.
That must mean they're about ready to...
Yeah, well, they won't be long now. Let's get out of this jungle.
The drums.
It's a signal. Hachimai, he's drumming the signal.
The attack?
Yes.
Hey, let's get out of here. They'll kill us.
Oh, where can we go?
Oh, we can't wait here in the tent. The drums. The drums, Father. You must let me try to stop them with the talking drums.
But they're all the way across the clearing.
He'll be shot down. It's dark. I can run. It's worth a chance.
All right, son, but I'll go with you. You may need help.
Thanks, Father. Let's go. Careful now.
All right, son.
There's Hachimai.
Yes.
See him in the darkness?
You go ahead, Philip. Get at those drums. I'll take care of him.
That's all. White man, go away.
Oh, no, we won't, you cheap faker.
I call Ashanti. They kill you.
Out of the way, you phony witch doctor.
Let me at those drums.
Good thing they can't see us in the dark.
Well, here goes.
Good luck, Philip.
Ashantis, stop. Stop. Listen to me, Ashanti. I am great God of the Intimpani drums. I order you, Ashantis, do not fight the white men. Do not fight them. They are your friends.
It's working, Philip. It's working. They're going back.
There must be peace. Always peace. In the Ashanti country, the railroad will bring this peace. Make friends with the white man. Go back to your work. I command you. The great God of the talking drums has spoken to his people.
And in formally opening this new link in the railroad between Ipuntwe and Kumasi, I would like to pay tribute to the man responsible for its construction, Mr. H.S. Baring, and to young Philip Baring for his service in averting bloodshed, furthering the cause of peace on the Gold Coast, and aiding materially in the completion of this railroad. I am directed to extend to you the thanks of the government and to confer upon you a scholarship of £1,000 to be used anywhere you choose to further your study of music.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Well, sir.
It's quite a surprise getting all that money, eh, Philip?
Yes, Commissioner.
It's the least we can do to show our appreciation.
Oh, I'm afraid most of the credit goes to Otasi here.
Thank you, Boss Philip.
I never would have learned the secret of the drums if it hadn't been for Otasi.
Well, we tried to give the native boy something for his work, eh, Baring?
That's right, Commissioner.
I no want money when I help you, Boss Philip. You, my friend. Like you say, you almost Ashanti.
Yes, I know, Otasi.
Well, Philip,
Yes, Father.
how soon do you think you'll leave to go back to the States for your music scholarship?
I'm not going back, Father.
Huh? What did you say?
I said I'm not going back. I want to stay here on the Gold Coast.
But why?
Well, as far as my scholarship goes, I think there's a great field for musical research in the Ashanti talking drums. And besides, this is my adopted country. I want to stay here with you and the railroad and Utasi. This is the land here on the Gold Coast where I belong. The land of the talking drum.
Adventure Ahead has presented the story Talking Drums by Waldo Fleming in a radio dramatization written by Tom Goutet. In today's play, the part of Philip Baring was played by Jack Manning. Others in the cast were Juano Hernandez, Ken Renard, Jim Tanzi, Nicholas Joy, and Bernard Lenrow. The music was composed by Leo Kampinski, and the orchestra was directed by Henri Nosco. The entire production was under the direction of Joseph Mansfield. NBC and its affiliated independent stations present Adventure Ahead as a public service.
Call all hands. Beat to quarters. Run out the guns. Stand by the starboard battery.
One broadside into her, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstocks ready.
Aye, aye, sir. Ready.
Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forrester's Indomitable Man of the Sea, Horatio Hornblower. And now, transcribed, the story of the fabulous Horatio Hornblower, wedded since early youth to Britain's ships and Britain's destiny at sea. Adventuring across the 7 oceans, as midshipman, as lieutenant, as captain of the line, Hornblower has seen the threatening shadow of Napoleon Bonaparte fall on half the world, has himself even been Napoleon's prisoner of war in France. But now, respite has come. Home again in England, laden with honors, relieved from duty by his king, ex-Captain Hornblower can relax at last. The year is 1812.
When you've been many years at sea, it sometimes seems a little difficult, I might even say arduous, to live ashore. Especially when your lovely wife, your adored recent bride, rather expects you to become a country gentleman. Well, life is made up of change, they say, but for an old sea dog, new tricks come harder than for other breeds, I think. Well, there I was, not long returned from confinement in France as the unwelcome guest of Bonaparte, granted a knighthood, happily married to my enchanting Lady Barbara, free of all financial cares at last, and yet, oh, yes, I knew it for my fault, but somehow, there in the quiet English countryside, I hadn't quite come home as yet.
Ooh, more bath water, sir.
Oh, heaven forbid. It's mostly on the deck, the floor already, isn't it? Tin tub the size of a teapot. A fine way for a grown man to bathe himself. Yeah, all right, I've had enough. Give me that towel, Brown.
Don't slip, sir.
Ridiculous contrivances. Give me a wash deck pump and gallons of cold seawater. Remember, Brown?
Oh, I remember, Sir Horatio.
Yes, belay that, Sir Horatio. Old terms are good enough, aren't they, you idiot?
Yes, sir. It's a lovely morning, sir.
Is it? Oh, yes, I suppose so. Still and quiet. Yes, very quiet. It's queer. When I wake here, I still keep listening for the sounds, rattle of blocks, the cordage wheezing, and... Oh, well, never mind.
I've laid out your new suit, sir.
What, do you mean that tight buff-colored thing?
It's a beautiful suit, sir, I think.
Oh, do you? Tight trousers, fancy coat, flowered waistcoat, and a stock. Oh, I'll never draw an easy breath in that confounded choker. Well, let's get it on. Mustn't keep Lady Barbara waiting downstairs for her breakfast.
Welcome to the new Squire of Smallbridge.
Now, you're laughing at me. You know perfectly well, Barbara, how I felt about that insufferable ceremony yesterday. Squire, indeed.
Oh, I do know, my dear, and you were sweet, suffering it all without complaint.
Mm-hmm.
Only the faintest glare of defiance now and then during the speech-making. Coffee, dear?
Thank you. Well, what do we have planned today?
I thought that you and I might drive across the downs this morning.
Uh-huh.
Of course, you said you had a lot of reading you'd been putting off. Gibbon, was it?
Well, yes, I do want to get at that. It's Yes, quite soon, in fact.
A letter for you, Sir Horatio.
Oh, thank you, Wiggins.
The messenger is waiting, my lord. He is from the Admiralty in London.
The Admiralty?
The Admiralty, eh?
Darling, it couldn't be...
Here, listen to this. The Lords Commissioners request that I present myself at once. A matter of extreme importance which cannot even be discussed except in... Hey, Wiggins, where's Brown? Tell him to get out my best uniform and sword. Tell him to pack my things for the night. And look, tell him that...
You're going to London right away?
Well, my love, the letter says at once. Remember, we're still at war with Bonaparte. Now, off with you, Wiggins. Tell Brown I'll be upstairs immediately. And I'll want him to drive me. We'll take the chariot. I wished I didn't need to look at her just then. After the first surprise, she would try so hard to appear calm and pleased that I was pleased. I hadn't been quite frank with her, perhaps. To be exact, the letter asked whether or not I would accept a new appointment. I didn't know what to say to Barbara, but... Oh, my dear, it's merely for the night. I'll be back in the morning, whatever this amounts to.
Yes, for a day or so, perhaps. Oh, just look at you, brazen child. Excited as a midshipman.
Oh.
It's breaking over you in waves. Do you suppose I don't see it?
Oh, my dear, when the Admiralty itself, I must at least find out.
I know what you'll find out. Wild horses couldn't hold you now, of course. Do you know how long we've lived here at Smallbridge?
Why,
2 months. 2 months tomorrow, Oh, dearest, I've always known. Retirement simply isn't in your line. It's a great honor to be recalled so soon. You must be pleased. And I am, too.
If they appointed me a Commodore, well, they might, you know. Well, if they did, I might have to go back to sea again.
Darling, we've been married 6 whole months. A wonderful half year. I've had that much of happiness with you. And whatever happens, you'll come back to me. I know you will.
Of course I will. Oh, Barbara, I swear you're a woman in 10,000. She was, you know. In all my life, I'd said no truer word than that, I told myself as we drove up to London. Well, we made excellent time. Brown knew his business with horses. I never understood the peculiar beasts. Brown was good at everything. Best captain's coxswain in the Navy, and now the perfect manservant. Still, I rather thought he mightn't mind going back to sea again. There was a queer look in his eye, especially when we drew up before the Admiralty in Whitehall, and I was ushered in to the First Lord.
Sit down, Captain Horatio. Well. Left your newfound domestic bliss behind, eh, when you received our letter?
Well, may I ask what it is you have in mind for me, sir?
Of course you may. The Baltic, Horatio.
The Baltic? Is Russia coming into the war, then?
Who knows? I wish I did. That very question's at the heart of this whole project. Our letter did say, didn't it, that you'd take rank as Commodore, with a captain under you. You'd have 6 ships. The Nonsuch, 74, a ship of force.
The Nonsuch? I know her well, sir.
Both the Russian Tsar and Prince Bernadotte of Sweden have teetered back and forth for months, you know.
Oh, from all I've heard, Boney's making tempting offers to them both. And Bernadotte's a Frenchman, after all. Is there really any chance that they might join us, sir?
They might, if we handle them sensibly. They have as much fear as we, now Boney's gobbled up most of the continent. The die will be cast any day, we think. If we can show those Baltic powers some British naval strength to count on.
I understand,
At any rate, we've got to keep the Baltic open for supplies. So much that we need here comes by those sea lanes. Well, are you ready? Is it settled?
Yes, it's settled.
Good. Now tell me, who would you like for captain of the Nonsuch, under you?
I'd like to have Bush, sir, if he's available. I'd hate to go to sea without old Bush.
I rather thought you'd ask for him. That wooden leg of his won't be a handicap, you think?
No, I think not, sir.
You two have seen some things together, haven't you? First met as young lieutenants on the old Renown.
That's right, sir.
Well, then, Bush it shall be. Now, then, let's walk across and see the Foreign Secretary. He's sure to have some secret orders for you.
Time had come to say goodbye to Barbara. She drove with me from Smallbridge to Deal Jetty. The Nonsuch and the 5 others of my pretty new squadron lay far offshore, half lost in morning mist. Brown was looking much too pleased. I had to take him down a little. Stop mooning at those mastheads, Brown. Go hire a lugger man to take us out. Step lively now.
Yes, Captain. Commodore, that is. Aye, aye, sir.
Wind's veering nor'ard a little. West by north now, I think.
Yes, dear. So you remarked as we were driving.
I beg your pardon. You were telling me about my shirts. I interrupted you.
No, I'd finished with the shirts. What I was saying was that all your cold weather things are in the flat sea chest.
Mm-hmm.
The sheepskin coat and heavy socks and mittens and... Oh, well, Brown understands. He also has in his care a certain little package. A surprise.
Surprise, my dear?
Oh, no, after all, I wouldn't try to surprise you. It's just a woolen neck scarf I'd be knitting for you. It's likely to be cold up in the Baltic, even now.
Yes, I don't like cold. You're very thoughtful.
Oh,
dear.
I do hope so much that you'll be back before the winter.
So do I. I love you, Barbara.
Boatman's alongside, sir, if you're ready.
Yes, Brown. Well, now, my dear,
Oh, you're going out by the ordinary lugger. I could come too. He could bring me back.
No, that would be foolish. Look at that choppy sea. It'd be quite wet and cold.
I wouldn't mind.
Well, I may even be seasick in that nutshell. Sometimes I am, just at the start. I shouldn't like to have you witness my capitulation. Oh, my dear girl. I've been such a fool. It's all my fault. I see it now. What have I done to our sweet life together? I needn't have taken this...
Just think of the high compliment you're paid by this command. Oh, your ships are beautiful.
Yes, but dearest, to leave you now... I was much too proud, much too impulsive. I should have told them that I... Well...
And stayed at home. You, darling? Oh, don't be absurd. Brown's in the boat with all your gear. They're waiting. You must go.
Think of me, Barbara.
Oh, need you ask that? You'll write me everything? Everything, won't you?
Yes.
The bad things, too.
Of course. Well, goodbye, Barbara. Goodbye.
Come back to me. Come back to me.
It touched me that she should say that. Come back to me. Like any witless wife of any common seaman. As if by some power of my own I could control French cannon shot. But it made me love her all the more. And made my heart ache, too, that she should say such foolish things for all her pride and elegance. The little lugger pitched and rolled, a long trip all alone out to my ship. Oh, I could have let her come along. It would have done no harm. They'd seen me from the Nonsuch as we came tossing up the wind and laid into the big two-decker's lee. My old friend Bush, as captain, had turned the whole crew out full dress, and I was piped aboard with all the honors of a commodore. The ship and every man aboard was in a state of polish. Bright brass work, 6 side boys in white gloves, the whole Marine Guard and their band, a double lane of bosun's mates with pipes. A childish display, perhaps some say it is, but, well, it has its, exhilaration somehow. There was old Bush on the quarterdeck, surrounded by his officers, and all saluting stiffly. I had to check myself, or I might actually have beamed. That would have been ruinous to discipline, so naturally I just stalked up the line, handed salute. Morning, Captain Bush.
Good morning, sir. Welcome aboard.
Oh, some time since we've met, Captain Bush. Bush was stiff and correct, but his craggy face kept softening up at me as if he wanted me to laugh. This made it very difficult, of course, before the men.
You'll note, sir, that your pennant's going up. Commodore's flag to designate your ship in the flotilla.
Oh, indeed. Well, Captain Bush, we shall get underway at once, if you don't mind. No time to lose. Be good enough to signal the others of the squadron.
Aye, sir. Very good.
We sail on secret orders. I'll apprise you of their nature, Captain Bush, if you'll kindly dine with me this afternoon. You old sea urchin.
I shall be there, sir. Thank you. Mr. Adams, pass the word to our 5 other ships. Underway at once and keep formation.
Aye, aye, sir. Underway.
Anything wrong, sir?
What, Bush?
Oh, I see you scouring off to starboard, sir. May I find you a glass?
No.
Is it the sloops?
No, it's nothing, Bush. No, I was just trying to make out the jetty. My wife's there. Mist hasn't quite cleared yet, has it?
Michael Redgrave returns as Horatio Hornblower. And now, continuing our story, Michael Redgrave as Horatio Hornblower awaits his old friend, Captain Bush, in his Commodore's cabin aboard the flagship Nonesuch.
Come in. Oh, Brown. Captain Bush will be dining with me here. Be sure the things come up hot from the galley, will you?
Of course, sir. I finished your unpacking. I trust it's satisfactory, sir. I placed the gift from Lady Barbara there on the bulkhead shelf.
Yes, I saw it, Brown.
Oh, it's a beautiful neck scarf, sir. Such fine, soft wool.
Yes.
I was to remind you to wear it, sir. Cold mornings.
Yes. All right. I'll consider it. Come in. Ah, Captain Bush.
I'll go and bring you dinner, sir.
Well, alone at last. Look, you know you had me grinning like some absurd schoolboy up there this morning.
I was so proud, so flattered that you'd asked for me, Horatio. I scarcely...
Well, come on, sit down. Our dinner will be coming any minute. I'm glad to see you, my old friend. Oh, well, let's go down to things of more importance. Look, I've been studying my so-called secret orders and these charts. We're headed for the Skagerrak, my friend.
I was inclined to think so, sir.
Then through the Kattegat and up the Narrows. The Danes will resist, I suppose, can't help themselves. Napoleon's on their backs.
And what about the Swedes?
That's just what no one seems to know. It's touch and go, apparently, with both the Swedes and Russians. We have to be prepared for anything.
Kattegat Sound is only 3 miles wide part of the way.
Mm-hmm.
Sweden to port, Denmark to starboard.
Yes, real Scylla and Charybdis, huh? Well, Bush, the powers that be have left decisions up to us, and we are going to have to improvise. Now, once we're off Göteborg, I'm going to try and pick up some fresh news on Swedish doings.
Well, let's hope that Bernadotte is leaning our way by then, sir.
Yes, Bush. If not, we'll simply have to blast our way in somehow. Up through the North Sea, into the Skagerrak. And scarcely a sail sighted off our bows the whole first week. Deserted waters, even in the Skagerrak off Denmark. Now and then we'd see a tiny fishing boat far off, none within hail. We had no news. We strained our eyes for some revealing sign. Had Bernadotte made up his mind by now? Were he and Russia enemies, neutrals, or even friends, if handled sensibly? Before sunrise, I found Bush on the quarterdeck.
Well, still no news. Are we to run the gauntlet, then? We're nearing the Helsingborg Narrows.
I wonder, Bush, how many guns are on that Swedish shore.
A multitude, sir, you may be sure. The charts show a good dozen forts. Shouldn't we send a boat in, sir? Find out how Sweden stands?
Well, last night I thought so, Bush. It has its logic, I admit. On the other hand, a boat would surely advertise our presence.
But, sir, if both sides of the Kattegat are hostile...
Well, we could dash in the moment there is light enough to see the channel. Surprise them, and perhaps get through, even if Sweden does resist.
Yes, sir, but then if Sweden has joined Bonaparte, won't we be bottled up inside the Baltic?
Well, the Baltic is a sizable sea, Bush. I suspect we could maintain ourselves a while. Yes. Still almost an hour till dawn. That gives us time to clear our decks. Yes. I think we'll go in, Bush, this morning.
Very good, sir.
Hoist the yardarm lanterns. Signal all vessels clear for action, if you please.
Aye, aye, sir. All hands to quarters. Mr. Adams, clear for action. Pass the word.
All ships to clear for action. Aye, aye, sir.
All ships to clear for action.
An hour had passed. We came into the narrow channel just as the dawn broke in a dour grey mist. To starboard, hostile Denmark. To port, the riddle, Sweden. Was she our enemy? Well, we'd soon know at all events. Are the guns run out, Captain Bush?
Aye, aye, sir. And the fire pumps manned on every ship.
Here's for it, then.
What signal for hoisting to our other ships, sir?
The signal is proceed to leeward in battle order. Lotus shall lead.
Lotus, Shirlitza, did you say?
I did.
But
We'll bring up the rear, Bush, naturally. Your face. I know. It's disappointing not to lead, but we're the shepherd of this little flock. We're the best built. The lead ships might get through before those shore gunners wake up. Huh? They're awake already, huh? Which shore fired that?
The Danes. They've seen us, sir. Yes, there's the drift of smoke to starboard, see?
Batteries firing to starboard, Captain Bush.
Yes, Mr. Adams, so I gather. By the way, did you know that those low cliffs are Elsinore, where Hamlet walked?
I beg your pardon, sir?
Yeah, never mind. We've no time now for literary small talk, have we? Signal to Lotus, Mr. Bush. Return the fire to starboard. We'll keep exact station astern of the Harvey, if you please. I say, Lotus and Clam are giving back as good as they're getting, huh?
They are.
Bush, this channel's full of shoals. I remember that from years ago.
I remember too, sir. I put leadsmen in the chains. They'll sing out when we're reaching shallow water.
Good. The sloops and the three others don't draw as much as we do. Let me compliment you, Bush. You've thought of everything. Well, Brown?
Your next scarf, sir.
Oh, nonsense. In the midst of an action. How dare you come up here?
It's very cold this early in the morning. Begging your pardon, sir. I had my orders, you'll recall.
Get below, Brown. All right. Give me the scarf. Yes, the air is a bit chilly. With Elsinore abaft, the channel widened, and we were out of range from shore. There'd be about an hour, I reckon, before we reached the further narrows, a longer gauntlet to be run. And at its end, 2 Danish islands, Saltholm and Amager. We had to pass between these, close to both. Full daylight now, they'd see us coming. We could no longer profit by surprise. But anyhow, all hands had breakfast and relaxed and waited, as I knew, for the real test. An infernal din of guns broke out as we approached the channel. Well, our starboard guns can speak together after all. Well done. I wasn't too sure about that at Elsinore. A little ragged. So far, the Swedish guns had all stayed silent. And as if to make up for that, though, the Danes were throwing in everything they had at us. Saltholm and wider waters seemed a very long way off. I found myself walking up and down. Well, that wouldn't do. Indifference is expected from a Commodore. So I stood still, looked about me casually.
By the deep 6.5 6.
6 fathoms are quite ample, aren't they, Bush, with the tide making?
I think so, sir. I wouldn't care to risk less than 5, though, just now.
By the mark 6!
Put another leadsman on the port chains quickly, Adams.
Look, Bush. Saltholm and Amager, at last. You see them rearing up ahead there? Both bristling, I'll be bound. Yes, smoke bursting from Amager already.
This tells the story, doesn't it? Saltholm is where they keep their powder stored.
And the hard 5! And the hard 5, sir?
Shaving a shoal, that's certain. I hope.
Bush, the Harvey's hit.
The Harvey's hit. Our mainmast gone. Shrouds are trailing. Quarterless 5! Quarterless 5!
We're nearing those shoals, too. Harvey's quite helpless, eh? Yes, I see. Oh, damnable luck, Bush.
We'll be alongside her in a moment. Back the main-tops!
Stand by with the heaving lines there!
Helm the lead!
Give me that speaking trumpet, huh?
Aboard the Harvey there! Can you hear me?
Aye, sir. I'm Lieutenant Smith, sir.
Anyone injured, Mr. Smith?
Lieutenant Mound, sir, knocked unconscious. The 2 men killed when the shell struck.
We'll bring Mr. Mound aboard here, then.
Send men down for him, Captain Bush.
Cut that wreckage away smartly and stand by to receive our lines.
What's that? Are we hit, too?
Our mizzen topmast's gone.
By the mark 5! By the mark 5!
Ah, that's better. We must be bearing off the shoal.
Near hit, that one. They're reaching us much too easily from Saltholm. I don't like it.
Yes, sir. Short range. And now that we're delayed...
Now, look here. Those powder stores of theirs. Let's make a try for those. They might lie just beyond the highest fort. It seems fairly logical. Why not?
But, sir, how do we know where to... Aye, sir, certainly. Mr. Adams, have starboard batteries raise sights. Try for a hit beyond that big red fort. Say by
15 yards.
By 15 yards. Pass the word, Adams, instantly.
Starboard batteries, prepare to fire! Target at 15 yards past the right fort! 15 yards past the right fort!
Wild idea, I suppose, Bush, but we simply can't sit here till the Harvey is in tow. It's too much like duck hunting, with the none such as the duck.
Ready? Fire!
It's no good, sir. And the Harvey's got us trapped under those guns. They'll sink her any minute, and us with her.
Let's try another salvo, Bush. 20 yards beyond the fort this time.
Pass the word, Adams. 20 yards.
Target at 20 yards past the same fort! Ready? Fire!
It's awesome, sir, that blast. I think, why, yes, it's even taken the fort with it. That fort and all its guns.
At least they're singularly silent.
I still don't quite believe my eyes.
A lucky guess in place of sound ballistics, eh? That makes no sense. Well, yeah, to business now. Where's my trumpet? Oh.
Mr. Smith! Mr. Smith! Have you all lines? Are they secure? You ready to get out of here?
Aye, sir. One more moment, sir.
Well, the cable's coming over now. We'll take you out starn first, understand?
Stand by for the cable, men. Starn first, it is.
Well, sir, not a bad afternoon. Harvey's in tow. Lotus took one poor hit. We have a hole or two in our own shrouds, but no ships lost. I shan't forget what we did to those powder stores on Salt Holm.
Yes, that was a satisfactory moment.
There's been no firing for a good 10 minutes.
They can't quite reach us anymore. We'll sail round Falsterbo, clear of all batteries, I think. I'm a bit tired. Adams, Mr. Adams, has Mr. Mound been brought up yet?
Yes, sir. He's aft. Unconscious now. The sergeant's with him.
I want to see him.
Concussion and bad shoulder wound. A deal of blood about the face and throat, sir.
Well, here you are, Mound. Surgeon taking care of you all right?
Yes, thank you, sir. I'm quite all right.
We're taking him below to sick bay in a moment.
I'm proud of all my young officers today, Mound. They're not too uncomfortable, I hope.
Did all of us get through, sir? All our ships?
That we did, Mound. What pleases me, those Danish guns raked us with all they had, but not one shell from Sweden's coast. They're not against us yet, at any rate. He's shivering, Adams. It's cold this afternoon. Here, put this scarf round his neck and shoulders. I don't need it.
But, sir, he's bleeding on your side.
Oh, come on, take it. Oh, well, then I'll do it myself. Is that better, Mound?
Ah, yes, sir. Wonderful. Thank you.
We hailed a fishing boat a few minutes ago, Mound. Found out the Blanche Fleur passed through the Baltic yesterday. Big French corvette with at least 20 guns. She must be just ahead of us. Well, you'll have to get well quickly, Mound. Won't want to miss the fun, will you?
A letter, your ladyship.
Oh, thank you, Wiggins. Why, it's from...
I thought so, milady. I'm very pleased for you.
My dearest wife, I found a means of sending this brief note to you by way of Sweden. I want you to know that all is well with us here in the Baltic. On the whole, we've had a remarkably quiet time. Few slightly sticky moments getting in. The Danes on shore showed a bit of ill temper, but there's very little to report that isn't merely ship's routine.
Oh, my dear. My dear, you're such a bare-faced liar, I'm sure. But I do love you very much.
It is my hope that somehow I shall soon receive letters from England and know thereby that you are well and happy. I'm sure you will like hearing that Brown takes magnificent care of me, fusses over me far too much. He seems to think that in doing so, he's following someone's orders. I can't think who. The weather is surprisingly fine. You'll be glad to know that it's quite warm. I haven't even needed the handsome scarf you knitted lately. But rest assured, that all goes well with me. I send you my heartfelt love, my dear Horatio.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forrester. The radio script was written by Philo Higley. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Tired of the everyday grind? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape.
Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
You are drifting along the muddy reaches of a South American river. Your diving gear in readiness, the air pump going. Yet you know that in the murky depths below you, waiting in the slime there for you, is a mortal enemy from whom there may be no escape.
Listen now as Escape brings you Tony Barrett's story, Bloodwaters.
They take you up slowly, always slowly, even in a nothing job like this one. A harbor bottom dive that a beginner would laugh at. I kicked away from the heavy pilings harder than I had to, and I knew I was trying to dull my mind again, not to think about it. Trying to sell myself the same old story. That a diver shouldn't care where he works because the job's always the same. There's something down there. They want it. You get it, period. But it didn't work too well. The story was wearing thin.
There you are, Senor. You want the suit off, or you want to rest first, huh?
Rest from what? A 50-foot dive? Get me out of the suit.
See.
Perhaps the man knows best, Trent.
Murdoch.
A 50-foot dive can be dangerous, but then danger never bothered you, did it?
What are you doing here, Murdoch? What do you want?
Does an old friend have to want something?
I'm not interested in any of your deals.
Really? With this job finished and nothing else in sight?
I'm busy, Murdoch. Beat it.
No curiosity, Trent? Not so much as a... What are you doing in a forsaken hole in Argentina? You never were much at small talk, were you?
Goodbye, Murdoch.
Wait a minute.
Take your hand off me.
Why the rush? Where are you going?
You know it all. You tell me.
All right. I will. What you do between now and tonight does not matter. But at 9 o'clock, I shall expect you at the Café del Rondo, promptly.
And if I don't come?
Can you afford not to come, Trent? It still takes money to live, even down here. I'll see you at 9 o'clock.
You've been talking for an hour now, Murdoch, and you haven't said anything. Get to it.
You have no social graces. Pity. Trent, how would you like never to have to get into diving gear again? To be rich, really rich. To have everything you ever wanted.
I had everything I wanted once. You remember that, don't you, Murdoch?
How long have you been away from the States, Trent?
What's that got to do with it?
How long?
3 years. 3 stinking years.
And don't you want to go back?
No, I like working jungle holes like this. I like 50-foot dockside dives with native boys that fall asleep on the pumps while you're down there. What are you building?
A fortune for both of us.
What do you want this time? My right eye?
Can't you forget what happened?
Can you?
You're being stupid.
You're out of your territory down here, Murdoch, so talk nice to me.
Look, Trent, in 2 months, we can both walk out of here with more money than you ever dreamed of.
I don't dream anymore.
Gold, Trent. If I told you how much, you would think me mad.
You want to give me half?
You will earn it.
By diving?
Yes. Did I say something humorous?
So you fell for the national industry. Don't you know there's a peddler on every corner down here selling maps of sunken treasure? I love that. The smooth Vincent Murdoch is a tourist.
And now, do you want to hear what I have to say?
Say your piece.
Did you ever hear of the Gran Chacos Rebellion?
Sorry I'm late, Senor.
Ah, Maria, my dear. May I present Senor Trent Paul? This is Maria Sandoval.
Senorita?
Senor?
Sit down, Maria. Something to drink?
No, gracias.
You said something about a rebellion.
14 years ago, to be exact. Bolivia and Paraguay were at each other's throats. It's in the history books.
I didn't know you were a reader, Murdoch.
The Paraguayans were getting the worst of it. So they loaded a small boat, the Santa Rosa, with millions in gold for shipping up the Paraguay River. It was to go to Brazil for safekeeping.
Well?
After the boat left Puerto Pinasco, it was never seen again. Nor was the gold.
It's true, Senor.
Storm?
They never even found survivors. Besides, where would they look? Have you any idea of the length of the Paraguay River?
2 governments can't find the gold, but you can.
That is correct. I can.
What do you got? Charts?
Better than that.
What then?
I said before that they never found survivors. I did. The only one. Interested, Trent?
I don't want any part of you, Murdoch. Now or any time, so get off my back.
Don't you realize what I'm offering you?
I understand this. It's over. I'm through with you and your schemes, and I'm not running anymore. Get that through your head, you fat slut.
Now, you listen to me.
3 years ago, I listened to you. 3 years down in this sinkhole is what I got for it. 3 years, you foul, filthy pig.
Now I'm going to cut you a new throat.
I don't know how long it lasted. How many times I hit him trying to pay him back for the lonely years. But finally it was over. Finished. And I was back at the waterfront again, tasting the soft breeze coming in from the sea.
Senor? Senor Trent.
What do you want? Oh, Maria, isn't it?
Si. Maria.
I'm sorry if I messed up your friend Murdoch.
He's all right now. Besides, I have seen men fight before.
Yeah, I'm sure you have. You always follow the winner?
Anger forces words the tongue does not want to say.
My name is Trent, not Murdoch. Plain enough.
I know your name, Senor. Oh, there is a scratch on your cheek, Senor. A little blood. Let me. A woman knows how. Senor. Senor.
Is that the way you kiss Murdoch?
Your eyes, Paulito. The anger is still there.
And it shouldn't be, not after that, huh?
Paulito.
Who were you really kissing, Maria? Me or him? What do you want, the gold, Murdoch? Everybody wants something. What's yours?
I want you to come with me, Senor.
No more Polito, huh?
Please. Come with me, please. I show you what I want.
She turned and moved away without ever once looking back, as though she was sure I'd follow her. And she was right. The shack she led me to was less than a half-mile away. No different than any of the others around it. She turned to look at me once as she opened the door, and her eyes were 1,000 years old. She lit a lamp, and I looked where she was pointing. He lay on a bed in the corner, a little Portuguese, maybe 50, cackling softly to himself as though he knew a joke that nobody else would ever know. His hair was pure white, the kind that comes from too much terror, too much shock. And then I saw his hands. From fingertips to elbows, they were a mass of little scars, ugly, needle-like scars that spoke of some past moment of horror. We moved closer, but he never looked up. Just sat crooning softly to a bottle of whiskey cradled in his arms. Maria? Who is he?
Have you never seen a man who has lost his mind to fear? Look well, for he is such a one. Pobrecito. Estoy aquí, todo es bueno. Estoy aquí, pobrecito. Have you seen enough, Senor?
Is he
My father. What is left of him?
How did it happen, Maria?
You have already been told.
What?
Murdoch spoke truth tonight when he told of a survivor from the Santa Rosa. There he is.
Later, as we sat staring out at the water, she told me all of it. And it wasn't hard to follow. An old man, driven insane by terror, who clung to Murdoch because Murdoch kept him in whiskey, the one thing that pushed the terror away for a while. Very neat and tidy, the Murdoch touch.
You understand now, Paulito?
Yeah. What do you want me to do, Maria? Make the trip with Murdoch as his diver? Is that what you want?
My father is a child now. Murdoch will use him and then... Oh.
That's all you wanted from the beginning, isn't it? For me to be a watchdog.
He is my father, Paulito.
Yeah. I never asked. You going along?
Si, I go.
All right, Maria. I'll dive for Murdoch.
Oh, gracias. Muchísimas gracias.
It's all right.
Paulito, kiss me, please.
Gratitude for your father?
No, not this time, querido. This time, for me.
Murdoch was all sweetness and light next morning when I told him he had a diver. You'd have sworn we were old buddies. He balked at only one thing, my wanting to take along Jose, the kid who'd handled pumps for me on the harbor job. But I wasn't about to do any diving without somebody I trusted handling lines. Murdoch didn't like it, but he couldn't afford to argue. Jose turned out to be a real good investment before we ever got started. That night, as a matter of fact.
Senor?
Oh, you finish up, Jose?
Si, si.
All finished, Senor.
You watch him crate the gear?
I did it myself.
I should have known. Thanks.
Senor, how well you know this Senor Murdoch?
Too well. Why? Well, come on, Jose. What is it?
While I was taking care of the gear, he was getting the permisos. How you
The
say?
permits, government permits for the interior?
Si. You supposed to name all the people that go.
I know that. What about it?
I saw the paper, Senor.
Well?
It's every name there, except yours.
I see.
But why? Why does he do a thing like that, Senor? What reason?
To save explaining. Later.
¿Qué?
Murdoch's got it all figured out, Jose.
No, I still do not understand. Why are you not on that list?
It's real simple. A man who doesn't make a trip can't be expected to come back from it.
You are listening to Bloodwaters, tonight's presentation of Escape. Millions in Asia living on inadequate diets, and additional millions in free Europe fighting for post-war recovery, are the beneficiaries when you give to CARE, C-A-R-E. Send a $10 CARE package or the $6.95 budget package. For further details, write CARE, New York. That's CARE, New York. And now, Escape, and the second act of Bloodwaters.
It's a thing you gotta see to believe. A thing that exists every foot of the length of Argentina. Get a couple of hours inland from the coast, and you've gone back 1,000 years. Nothing but jungle. Jungle so thick and green, you can travel a full day without ever once getting a glimpse of sunlight. It's bad enough any way you try it, but doing it Murdoch's way was the worst. Murdoch, a gold-hungry, penny-pinching man who hadn't hired enough bearers, who skimped on food, and who hated every minute wasted on rest. Maria took it well, quiet for the most part, her eyes never far from Sandoval. The old man was pathetic, shambling along, falling often, uncaring and never hearing. There was only one sound that mattered in his world, the cork coming out of the bottle. And Murdoch was master of the bottle. 4 days of it, 4 stinking, crawling days. And on the morning of the 5th, we came out of it. Stood there, looking out at the Paraguay River. The gold was showing in Murdoch's eyes again.
Look at it, Trent. Beautiful, isn't it?
It's a river, that's all it is. It's been a long walk. Where to now?
3 days upriver. Do you have any objections?
You're footing the bill?
And you should remember that. You check our supplies while I make arrangements for the boat.
Don't you want me to take a look at the boat before you make a deal? Make sure you get a good winch?
You have a short memory, Trent. I'd say I'm fairly capable of making deals, wouldn't you? You just make sure the bearers don't steal anything when they leave. I take care of that for you, Senor.
Well, thanks, Jose. Oh, and keep an eye on the old man, eh?
Sí, Senor. Sí.
Ole, hombre. Ven aquí. Un momentito.
Paulito.
Oh, Maria, you all right?
Sí. Oh, I'm so grateful to you, querido.
For what?
For everything. Everything. Paulito, you take care with Murdoch. He's a dangerous man.
Yeah. Now listen to me. From here on, it's going to be different.
Different?
We'll all be on a small boat for days, maybe weeks. I won't always be around because of the diving. Here, take the gun. Just take it. And hope you don't have to use it. A couple of hours later, Murdoch came back and waved us down to the river. Instead of being alone, now he had a native with him. A big man he called Batu. A lot of man. Even through the paint on his face, you could see the combination of Mayan and Inca. The 1,000-year-old dignity as he stood looking at us.
Trent, this is Batu.
I've just arranged for the boat, and he's going upriver with us. To help with the loading, Batu.
Batu, help.
What are we taking him for, Murdoch?
He wants to go upriver to his people, and he will work for his passage. We can use him.
You keep adding people, somebody's going to have to swim alongside. That ain't much of a boat.
Now, Trent. This is no time to be at each other's throats. I know we are on the right track. Sandoval started getting excited the moment he saw this part of the river.
For a guy in his condition, you're doing a lot of depending on him.
You let me worry about that. All you have to do is handle your end of things, and that won't begin until we start diving.
You're wrong, Murdoch. I started worrying 3 years ago, remember? Two days on the river. 2 long days with Murdoch never once taking his eyes off Sandoval. Watching each slightest reaction, the bottle always ready. And the old man needed that bottle now, his terror growing by the minute, and Murdoch loving it because it told him we were getting closer. That night, I was laying out my gear back in the stern when Batu, the big native, came toward me. He wasn't the calm giant anymore, just a man, a terrified man with words tumbling out of his mouth.
You tell Batu. You tell.
Tell you what?
About crazy man.
Crazy? Sandoval? Well, what about him?
Hands.
The scars? You mean how did he get them?
Yes.
I don't know what happened to his hands, but what about him?
Why you come here?
To dive. To bring something up from the water. Why?
No. Not go in water. No.
Why not? What's wrong?
Not go. Devil water. Devil water. You not go in devil water.
And that's all I could get out of him. Just that. It was a long time before I got to sleep that night. Late on the 3rd day, we dropped anchor just outside a small cove. Murdoch was out of his mind with excitement. But it was too dark for diving. We'd start in the morning. Batu wanted to go ashore to see his people. Swore he'd be back before sunup. Murdoch didn't like it, but he had no choice. We needed the big man on pumps. In the morning, we were up at dawn, and Batu was back aboard. He didn't say much, but he was never more than a couple of feet away from me, and his eyes never left me. But I didn't have time to think about it. I had my own troubles.
What's taking you so long, Trent?
Oh, you and your penny pinching. You've been had, Murdoch.
Well, what's wrong?
Well, not a thing, except this winch is on its last leg.
Well, let's not argue. Repair it the best you can.
Talk's cheap, but I'm the guy who goes down there.
Listen to me, Trent. We're close, really close. Sandoval swears it's right beneath us. He has to be right. He's pointed out landmarks all the way.
Wait a minute. What's that?
It's native drums,
Probably a welcome. Get that chute closed, Trent. We're losing time.
You remember what I say about clear lines down there, Senor, huh?
I'll remember.
And don't you forget. Look, Senor. Look on the shore.
Natives, 6 or 7 of them.
It's part of Batu's tribe.
What's that they're carrying?
It looks like a pig or a goat.
And the throat is cut.
What is it, Batu? What are they doing?
Make sacrifice to river god.
But why now?
Save you.
From what? What's down there?
A native superstition, Trent. Where's your intelligence? Are you ready?
Batu.
You not stay in water long. Kataya!
On the beach, they heard his command, and the pig was thrown into the river. A moment later, Jose had bolted my helmet in place, and I was being lowered over the side of the boat. Everything was forgotten now. But the work is staying alive. That's how it is with diving. You can do it 1,000 times, but it's always new. Jose knew it. Through the phone, I could hear him worrying with me.
You all right, Senor?
Yeah. Read me.
See, 11 fathoms.
Stay with me. I'm going to have a little walk around. I checked my lines and started toward a large mass of shadow. Distances underwater fool you. I was on it almost before I started. It was a ship, or what was left of one. Her back had been broken in two, and her stern was right in front of me. I read it aloud. Santa Rosa.
What's that, Senor?
I found it. Start a line down.
He's found it. You hear? He's found it.
I went in carefully, slowly, making sure of my lines. It didn't take me 20 minutes to find it. A tremendous iron-bound chest. I scratched the slime off with my knife, and there it was. The official seal of Paraguay. There wasn't any doubt now what was inside. I got a line around it, told them which way to swing the winch, and managed to get it out in the clear for the trip up. I just about finished when I felt a signal on my lines. What is it?
Batu says to get up here quick. You've been down too long.
Why?
Friends, this is Murdoch. Let's get the gold up first. Another moment won't hurt you. Let's not take chances on a foul line.
Let's not take chances on me. Tell Jose to take me up.
If he tries it, I shall shoot him. The gold comes up first. Stand clear, Trent.
Murdoch, listen. My knife is across the line. You turn that winch and I'll cut the line. You hear me?
You're insane. I could cut your air hose.
Go on, cut it. I'm tired of living with you on my back anyway.
Oh, all right, Trent, all right. Now, don't get excited. We're taking you up.
Slowly, they began taking me up. And then I realized why. Murdoch knew once I started up, I couldn't possibly cut the line that held the chest. He took me up just far enough to get my hands on the bottom rung of the Jacob's ladder and hang there helplessly. Then, through the phones, I could hear the creak of the winch as he started hauling up the chest. Looking up through the water, I could see Murdoch leaning over the rail as he waited for the chest to break water. And then it happened. A sudden sharp sting on my hand. And when I looked, I saw blood. Blood and a 6-inch fish racing in for another bite. In a second, there were more of them. Little needle-toothed devils plunging at the canvas suit, even trying to bite through the steel of the helmet to get at the flesh inside. And at last I understood everything. Why Batu called it devil water. Why Sandoval had gone insane. And what happened to the crew of the Santa Rosa. That 6-inch fish was the South American piranha, a cannibal so deadly it strips a man to the bone in 30 seconds. Then I heard something else. The winch. Murdoch had been driving it too fast, even for a good winch. It started to crumple just as the chest broke water. Murdoch saw the chest, inches from his hand, start slipping back. And the thought of losing the gold drove him crazy. He grabbed for it. Even as the chest pulled him down past me, he was still holding on to it. Even as the piranha left me to strip easier pickings than steel and canvas, he held on to it. And I knew he'd never let go. How could he? Hadn't the gold pulled him halfway around the world? And then climbed out of the water to get him?
Under the direction of Norman MacDonald, Escape has brought you Blood Waters by Tony Barrett, starring Vic Perrin. Featured in the cast were Jack Crucian, Lillian Bayef, Tony Barrett, and Barney Phillips. Your announcer, George Walsh. The special music for Escape is composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Next week.
You are one of 4 people trapped in an isolated trading post somewhere in the Yukon Territory. The blizzard outside making escape impossible. And you know that before the spring thaws release you, before you can leave this cabin behind you, one of your companions, by consent of the others, will be killed.
So listen next week when Escape brings you Les Crutchfield's story, Judgment Day at Crippled Deer.
Are you willing to undertake a dangerous mission behind the enemy lines? knowing you may never return alive?
What you have just heard is the question asked during the war to agents of the OSS. Ordinary citizens who to this question answered, yes.
This is Cloak and Dagger.
Black warfare, espionage, international intrigue. These are the weapons of the OSS. Today's story, The Roof of the World, concerning two American agents who travel into the far-off and mysterious land of Tibet on a secret pilgrimage, is suggested by actual incidents recorded in the Washington files of the Office of Strategic Services. A story that can now be told.
It came at us suddenly, out of the darkness. A shaggy monster over 15 feet high. None of us said a word for a minute. We just stared at it. The tusks. Look at the length of them. The tusks of this monster must have been at least 12 feet long. And I knew myself that if I hadn't seen it, stood right in front of it, I wouldn't have believed it actually existed either. But I saw it. There was definite proof. It did live. Once.
Okay, lights. Put on the lights, please. All right now. Quiet, please. Quiet. What you have just seen is the last of our afternoon slides here in the Museum of Natural History on prehistoric animals. This last mammoth was a species of a true elephant which was found in Tibet during and before the Ice Age. Now, are there any questions?
Yeah. How do you get out of here?
Well, if you'll all follow the guide, he'll take you into the next room where you can actually see the skeletons of these monsters, which paleontologists have reconstructed from fossils and actual bones discovered in the earth.
Philip. Oh, Phil.
Oh, hello, Esther. Were you here for the whole lecture?
No, just the last part of it. But you were sensational.
Flattery will get you nowhere. What's that?
Oh, telegram. Here. Just came to the office.
Thanks. Oh, it's not for me. It's for us.
Oh, who's it from?
Washington. The Office of Strategic Services wants to see us.
Office of Strategic? Now, why in the world do they want us?
Huh? There's one way to find out.
Mr. and Mrs. Malden, we know your reputation as geologists and explorers. We know you traveled the Far East together several times.
That's true, Colonel.
Now, at this stage of the war, Germany is pushing eastward across Africa to Suez, and Japan is thrusting westward across China into India. If the Axis partners meet, their junction will be Central Asia, and dominating that meeting point will be Tibet.
What do you want us to do, Colonel?
We want volunteers to make a pilgrimage to the Dalai Lama, High Priest of Tibet. It'll be a goodwill mission to get them on our side. It involves a great deal of danger.
Yes, we know. Esther?
Well, as long as you're sure that mammoth elephant disappeared from there centuries ago, I'm willing. A few weeks later, we were flown to India, where we were given a car. And then the two of us started out across the border to a village called Gyuksam at the foot of the Himalaya Mountains. Once there, we were to pick up pack animals and a guide and start our journey to the holy city.
These roads couldn't have been any narrower or any rockier.
Well, they weren't designed for modern travel.
You can say that again.
Phil, are you worried about something?
I'm worried about a lot of things.
For instance?
For instance, this is the worst possible time of the year to be traveling up that mountain. It's almost spring up there, and the thaw's setting in. It's going to loosen the snow and ice all along the way.
Well, you just have to be more careful, that's all. Oh, Phil, look, round the bend of the road. That's the village, isn't it?
That's it. That's it.
Wait a minute, Phil. Slow down. Look.
Good Lord.
I should have said was a village.
Burned to the ground.
The old man who sat wailing and moaning, cross-legged on the ground, was the only one left alive in that village.
Bandit tribe, come from mountains, steal, kill, set fire to rich.
How is it they spared you?
I am priest sent from Dalai Lama to this village many years past. If they kill holy man, great plague and pestilence will be upon them.
Well, tell me, where'd you learn to speak English?
In holy city was taught.
Well, what do we do now, Phil?
We can't leave him here alone. We'll take him with us and drive until we find another village.
Oh, no. I take you.
Huh?
What's that? Singtu will be guide to holy city. Here all is lost. Go back to Dalai Lama.
What about pack animals?
A village of Chonda, not far away. We'll go there first.
Chanda was about 10 miles away down the road. It was small, with only a few huts made of sun-dried bricks. Phil was afraid of the spring thaw that was setting in more every day, so we made arrangements with the native chief to start almost immediately.
What do you say, Singtong?
These Kiang's wild donkeys as good pack animals as other white men has.
Oh.
What's he talking about? What other white men? Ask him.
Quiet, Anu. Strangers leave here 2 days ago on way also to holy city of Rasa. Wear badge with crooked cross.
Phil.
Nazis. We're in a race, Esther. We've got to reach Lhasa before they do.
That was the first we knew that the Germans were ahead of us, going in the same direction, on the same mission. Philip was right. It was going to be a race for time.
Esther, come on. This is no time to pick flowers.
Oh, look at this dwarf rhododendron, Phil. And up ahead, it's like a carpet of blue irises.
There'll be plenty of foliage until we cross the timberline. Then it'll just be cold. And traveling on snow is going to be a lot tougher.
Well, I'm not looking forward to the temperature dropping 100 degrees in 20 miles.
Oh, watch it. You hurt yourself?
No, I just tripped. I guess I must be getting tired. Think you?
Yes, yes.
How soon will we be able to camp?
Cold Springs, less than half mile ahead. We'll camp there for night.
When we reached the springs, I started dinner out of K-rations, which kept our packs light. And by the time I was through, the tent had mushroomed up, and Phil and Sing too were inside, straightening the pole and fixing the blankets for the night.
How about food, Esther?
Soup on.
Very bon. Mala.
I looked up from the fire to find an unpleasant surprise. 6 unpleasant surprises, carrying rifles and forming a ring of muddy boots all around me. Who are you men? What do you want?
La-la.
Phil!
What is it?
You!
Where'd they come from?
I don't know. They're just here, that's all.
Yeah. Sing to?
These are some of nomad bandits who raid my village.
Huh?
What do they want?
They say they take surprise everything. Guns too. Leader, shoot off gun to show you he mean what he said.
Phil, without our supplies and guns, we'll have to turn back.
Providing they let us turn back.
They hold you hostage. Send me, holy man, back to get ransom.
Oh, Phil.
Hold on. Don't let them know you're afraid of them.
We stood there while they gathered our supplies out of the tent and threw them in a heap by the fire. Sing too knew he wouldn't be harmed because he was a holy man. But Phil and I had no idea what was ahead for us. Get your hands off me, you baboon! Oh, Phil!
Leave her alone, you understand? Sing to. Tell them we'll come quietly.
Go up. Falling. I said, get your filthy hands off me! The machine gun that riddled the bandit leader came from the direction of the brush. And the 6 of them went down, one after another. Then there was silence. and we looked up to see our two saviors walking out of the brush in German uniform.
I'm delighted we were able to be of assistance, Americans. I am Commandant Kurt Faber of the German Army. This is Lieutenant Ernst Kessler.
Right, me.
Well, thank you for saving our lives. I'm Esther Malden, and this is my husband, Philip. Oh, and our guide, Sing too.
You do not seem too surprised to see us here.
We're not. Just surprised you're not 2 days ahead of us the way we thought you were.
Then you knew about us? How?
They told us in the village. They also told us you were headed for the Holy City.
They talk too much, those native idiots. The König that's Malhunter.
That's their am. And, are you also going there?
No. Oh, I mean, we're geologists. We're just on an exploring expedition.
Come. Is it quite nice to lie to your benefactors who have just saved your lives?
I don't get that. Why did you?
Well, we saw the American flag sewn on your clothing. That told us immediately who you were, where you were going. We, as you already know, we are also headed for Lhasa to the Dalai Lama. But our guide was killed. The snow loosened under him as we turned the ledge and he fell.
So you were going back for a guide?
Exactly. But that is some distance away. Time is slipping by.
You have the guide. You will lead us.
Oh, no, we won't. And neither will Sing too. Will you Sing too?
Where do only us friend Americans tell me?
You get too excited over nothing. Now remember, Herr Morden, Frau Morden, you have the guide. We have your supplies and your weapons. Let us pool our resources. Go together.
If you think that at the point of our own guns you're going to make us lead you to Lhasa, you're crazy.
Look, you are scientists. I appeal to your logical minds. Is it not safer that since we are traveling in the same direction, we travel together? Once we reach the Dalai Lama, that each of us present the case of his country to him.
If you'll forgive me for repeating, Herr Commandant, we're not going to be pushed along with guns in our backs.
Nein. Who said you would be? Here.
Why, Phil, he's giving us back our pistols.
You see?
We trust strangers, gentlemen?
No. Not yet. It's all right. Go ahead, open them.
Yeah, open the gun if you like. Go ahead, spin the drum. See the cartridges in the chamber.
Yes, I see them.
Well, you return your guns, loaded as they were. Now shall we forget the war for a while and travel on together?
Okay. Let's try it.
We're lagging behind them, Phil. Shouldn't we catch up to them?
We will. I want to talk to you.
I'm cold. Our temperature went down so fast once we crossed the timberline, I could almost hear it drop.
Now, what do you think of this situation?
With our friends? I don't know what to think. You trust them?
Of course I don't. Whether they gave us back our guns or not, they're still going to look for a chance to double-cross us before we reach the Holy City.
What are we going to do, Phil?
Just keep an eye out. Look for a way to double-cross them first.
Fresh, clear brook here. Good water to drink. Come.
Come, my friend. You hear what he says? Water. It will taste better than the whiskey in your flask, Elm.
We're coming.
We caught up with them. And as we leaned over to fill our canteens from the small, clear brook, there was a sudden rumbling.
The water's turned muddy suddenly.
Yeah, it's covered with a dirty foam. Splashing too.
What's he talking about? It is not raining.
It is in the high regions. That's what turned the water.
But so suddenly.
It happens like that. Races along under the ground, pushing the mud with it.
It's really beginning to thaw, isn't it?
Yes. That's what I was afraid of.
What is there to be afraid of? Answer me.
As the snow starts to melt, it'll start to fall. So just watch your step.
Ernst, is it not good to have 3 such good guides? We are indeed fortunate, what?
Come, Marbrook, along the way. We walk.
Walk? Why do you think we have this animal?
Kiang can be turned loose here. We'll get more and more snow. It's best to climb by foot.
Yes, Peter's right. Besides, the animals won't find any place to graze. It's been getting pretty sparse for miles.
Where will they go?
They're wild. We'll find no one way. Hedda! Hedda!
The packs were heavy, and we were too tired the next 2 days to do much talking. We just watched each other. The jagged paths under us were getting more and more slippery. And below the cliff we could see a sheer drop of hundreds of feet to the glacier. Above us were the snow peaks. And somewhere beyond, the holy city of Lhasa, towards which small birds of dull brown, gray, and black seemed to point. And then, the third night after the strange pact had been made between our two enemy camps, it happened.
Esther, where are you going?
Oh, to the brook around the bend, Phil. I want to get some water. You take care of the rest.
If you pitch the tent, Morgan, I'll fix the fire. Oh, by the way, there's Elm.
Oh, there it is. I knew I'd seen a brook. Oh, and just a little bigger hole in the ice.
Morgan, let me carry that back for you.
Lieutenant Kessler, what are you doing here?
I can see you don't want to be friendly. What a pity.
I'll be friendly enough to give you some good advice.
No.
Save that liquor until you really need it. And stop guzzling it if you intend to keep up on this hike. This is no Boy Scout picnic.
I'm touched by your concern for me.
Don't flatter yourself. What are you doing back here anyway?
You really wish to know? I followed you. I knew you were coming to the brook. So I went round the other way.
You what?
You don't like me. You'd like me very much if you got to know me.
No, thanks. Now, please, get out of my way. Let me go back.
But, Kleiner, we may not have another chance to be together alone. You're very attractive. Even in those heavy clothes.
I know, very attractive. Besides, I'm the only woman for miles. Now, get out of my way.
I would like to see you. The white gown. Diamond clips at your shoulders. Have you got nice shoulders from Morgan?
Leave me alone.
Don't try to pull away
Stop
from
it.
me.
Stop it, you fucking fool.
Kiss.
Oh, you big, dumb, drunken Nazi pig.
You watch your tongue.
Get away from me.
Husband! Get out of you, do not! Stop yelling, I say! Stop it! Get away, leave her alone. And if I don't, you give me back my gun, I'll use it. You have your gun? You would not dare shoot me. Go on, try it. Use your gun.
Ernst, that is enough. Get up, show me look. Where's betrunken, du Idiot?
Do you want him to use his gun on you? Think, Ernst, do you want him to use this gun? He will. I can tell he will. No. I give this lady your apologies. I order you. My apologies, Frau Malden. You both have my word an incident like this will not occur again. Shall we eat and make camp for the night now?
All the next day, Phil and Sing Tu kept me between them as we climbed. I wondered how soon we'd see the holy city and when all this would come to a head. Look! When Sing Tu yelled, we turned around and looked in the direction from which we'd just come. A huge ice floe swayed for a moment, and then it landed on the path we had come less than 2 hours before.
Well, this is what we can expect from now on, now that the thaw set in.
Oh, well, I'll expect it, but I won't look forward to it. Mistaken? Or are the days getting longer?
Sleepy?
Uh-huh. You know, it was nice of them to let you and Sing Tu and me have this cave to ourselves.
Well, considering that it's too small to hold more than 3 of us, it wasn't so magnanimous.
Still, they could have tried to grab it for themselves.
Farber seems to be trying to make amends for the way his pal acted the other day.
I wonder what their game is.
Yes, I'd like to know, too. Sing to?
Yes. You wish to know how soon we reach Holy City?
He may not talk much, but he's a pretty good mind reader.
That's it, Sing to. How long?
Expect to see gates in distance perhaps tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Oh, that's wonderful.
Is it?
Well, isn't it?
It means time's run out, Esther. If they're going to pull anything, they're going to pull it now.
The Germans were camped under a ledge which protected them from the wind, about 50 feet from us across a narrow crevasse. In spite of all the things that had happened before, or might be going to happen ahead, it was strangely peaceful up there. In the west, a fan of pink rays from the sun shot up from behind the snow range, and overhead a few bright stars twinkled. Presently, the fan flickered and disappeared. And then, in the glow of the full moon, I saw what looked like a long procession of ghosts in the distance, but were actually cascades of snow, melting and falling hundreds of feet, leaping from ledge to ledge. In the morning, the air was crystal clear, and we saw it.
The Holy City. Esther, do you see it?
I expected only to return again when I die.
Oh, it's beautiful. How long will it take us to reach it?
You will not reach it at all, my friend.
Don't start something you can't finish, Herr Commandant.
Phil.
Get behind me, back in the cave.
You should have been more friendly to me, Frau Morgan. Perhaps I would have taken you with us.
Yeah, go on. Throw your gun. Shoot us.
Hey.
What's the big joke?
Do you think we would have been fools enough to give you loaded guns?
But I saw them. I broke open the gun and saw the cartridges.
Did you take one out and examine it? Why don't you do it now?
Phil, look, I opened mine. It's a blank cartridge.
Now, serious, Frau Morgan. You understand why I so care not to let your husband become too excited when that Ernst here tries to be friendly. I didn't want to take a chance of you finding out too soon. We shall give your regards to the Dalai Lama.
Shoot us. Go on. Kill us with your blank gun, if you can.
That's not a bad idea. Esther.
Ernst, look out!
Back in the cave, quick.
Phil took them at their word and actually killed them with his blank gun. The shots vibrated enough to loosen the heavily piled snow, break the crust at the rim of the ledge, and start the slide that avalanche down. Threw them over the side and buried them somewhere on the cliff below us, under rock, ice, and snow.
Gone? They are gone.
Oh, the thaw worked for us, didn't it?
Yes. Come on, Sing Tu. You lead. We'll follow.
We could see the Holy City, but it was still 25 miles away. It was 2 days' travel of an almost vertical descent into the valley. And we arrived at dusk at the magnificent red and white palace that overlooked the city. It was a week before we saw the Dalai Lama. Our entrance into his presence was conducted with the utmost ceremony. Tall, grim-faced monks lined the hall, their 6'4" frames made even more massive by layers of stiff gold brocade. The walls were carved with strange images and Tibetan inscriptions. Then the gong struck again. We were ushered into the throne room.
Esther, look.
Quiet. Must not talk. Come. Dalai Lama will see you now.
We walked on thick rugs that were brilliant in color and depicted the waves of the sea, clouds, and emblems of happiness. Then we saw a throne of yellow satin at the end of the great room, and on it robed in burgundy and gold satin, with a crown on his head and a table of jewels beside him, sat the Dalai Lama, a boy of 6.
Come closer. Come. I will throw the silk longevity scarf over your head to welcome you.
We thank you for your welcome, Your Serenity. We bring you gifts from our leader.
I accept your gift with great thanks. How is your president?
He is well, thank you.
Bring the gift to me. Let me see.
They gave him the gifts, and he looked at each one carefully. After a while, servants began to pass bowls of rice and glasses of black tea. I noticed that a special taster took a sip of the Lama's tea before it touched his sacred lips.
Mr. and Mrs. Mountain?
Yes, Your Serenity.
Throw a pinch of rice over your shoulder. It will bring good luck.
Your Serenity, we've come to talk about peace and friendliness between our two countries.
There is no need to talk. Come here. I tie 3 knots in your scarf. There.
Means only interview attendance.
But we've accomplished nothing.
His Serenity has tied 3 knots in Americans' longevity scarf. He has blessed them. Our countries will be friends.
The success of the mission of these 2 OSS geologists helped to lay the foundations of friendship between Tibet and the United States and to forestall any possibility of Tibet's cooperation with our Axis enemies. Thus, once again, the report of another agent ends with the words,
"Mission accomplished."
Listen again next week for another true adventure from the files of the OSS on
Cloak and Dagger.
Heard in today's Cloak and Dagger adventure as Esther was Louise Barclay, Philip, Grant Richards, the monk, Raymond Edward Johnson, Barber, Stephen Schnabel, Kessler, Barry Kroger. Others were Janice Gilbert, Carl Weber, Ralph Bell, and Jerry Jarrett. Script was written by Winifred Wolfe and Jack Gordon. The music was under the direction of John Gart. Sound effects by Chet Hill and Dick Gillespie. Today's true OSS adventure was based on the book Cloak and Dagger by Corey Ford and Alistair McBain. This program was produced by Louis G. Cowan and Alfred Hollander under the direction and supervision of Sherman Marks. Programs. Get your programs here. Mystery in Action tonight on NBC. Hear how you may win a cash prize as an armchair detective on $1,000 reward. Listen to the adventures of the suave crime fighter, the Saint, played by a screen favorite Vincent Price, and follow another exciting caper with the greatest private eye of them all, hard-boiled Sam Spade. Now, stay tuned for High Adventure and the Big Guy on NBC.
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime is now transcribed for radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as the Saint.
Anything wrong, Captain?
Nothing serious, Mr. Templar. Just coming down here for a check. Go on just as soon as we can.
Oh, and where is here?
Headstone, New Mexico. Used to be a big silver mining town, but now it's just another little town, I guess. Although I did notice there's a carnival playing over on the edge of this emergency landing strip.
Well, how long are we to enjoy the hospitality of Headstone?
Oh, 2 or 3 hours. Long enough to see the town, have dinner if you like. The sorry to delay you, sir.
Oh, it's all right, Captain. I'm seldom bored in a strange town.
Well, you better go back and fasten your seatbelt, Mr. Kepler. We're coming down now.
Right, I'll see you later.
Good evening, Saint.
You know me? Yet I don't seem to recall your face.
Harry Kelly, and you don't recall my face because we've never met, but I've seen many pictures of you, and so I recognized you immediately.
Well, that's very flattering. Tell me, Mr. Kelly, how can I get into town?
You can find a cab on the other side of the carnival. Planning on staying long?
Not at all. Should I?
On the contrary, I was just going to suggest that I doubt if Headstone would welcome the presence of the saint. Just a friendly remark, you understand.
Oh, naturally. And if I may be permitted a friendly question, why are you telling me this?
Just an interest in the continued health of my fellow humans. If you have any trouble in town, look me up. Anyone can tell you where to find me.
Look, the big show is just about to start. See little Fatima, the girl who shakes and shivers like a bowl full of jelly. Only $1, 10 cents, the 10th part of $1. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Step right up
Learn
here.
what the stars hold for you. I read the past, the present, and the future. Learn your fortune, young man.
I already know it, Grandmother. I'm destined to meet a tall, dark, and beautiful woman. I'll settle for nothing less.
I see strange lines on your face, young man.
Huh?
I will tell your fortune without charge. Give me your hand. I see danger. Beware of a blonde young woman. She will bring you death.
There are worse ways of dying, Grandmother.
I see danger. Much danger for one with a halo about his head. Blood and death. Unless he travels, I see...
I think I'm beginning to get the idea. You might tell your crystal ball that I'm beginning to be interested. Goodbye, Grandmother, and may the saints bless you.
Taxi, mister?
Oh, thank you. Say, do you suppose you can drive me somewhere that serves a good dinner?
Sure. Silver Dollar Hotel.
Oh, fine.
You know, I was just sitting there communing with nature about how many guys there are who blow their wad to watch some dame do a hula but won't spend a dime on a hack.
Do I detect a touch of Brooklyn?
How could you miss? That's me, chum. Ziggy from Flatbush. I used to drive a hack in Brooklyn. Now I own the only hack in Headstone. It's like, huh? You know, I ain't seen a Brooklyn Bridge for 10 years since I come out here for my health. Like I always say, it's a smart man who knows when it's healthy to get out of town.
Meaning what?
Does everything have to mean something? Me, I mind my own business. I stay healthy. That's why I'm living in Headstone instead of under one.
I see. But if you didn't mind your own business, I suppose you'd give me some advice about leaving Headstone. Is that it?
No advice, man. That's part of minding my own business. Headstone is a great place for strangers to visit, if they paid up their insurance.
Here you are, waiter. Very nice dinner. My check, please. No, thank you. Keep the change.
Hello.
Well, this is a surprising hotel. First a beautiful dinner, and then an even more beautiful blonde.
May I sit down?
Oh, by all means, Miss...
Betty Connolly. You're Simon Templar?
I should have worn my dark glasses. But now that the truth is out, you might as well call me Simon.
All right, Simon.
Now, how did you know who I am? Now, don't tell me that you were just passing and recognized me.
Why, Ziggy told me that you were here. He owns and drives the taxi here in Headstone.
I know I shouldn't look a gift blonde in the hair, but why did Ziggy tell you I was in here?
Well, Ziggy knows that I need help, and he thought, well, that is, since you're the saint, you might help me.
Well, I have been known to help beautiful blondes on occasion. But tell me why you should need help, Betty.
Someone's been trying to kill me.
Oh, there should be a law against that. Are you sure?
I've been shot at twice, and everybody here has been very unfriendly, except Ziggy and a man named Harry Kelly.
I've noticed the unfriendliness in this town. But being unfriendly towards you is obviously an indication of insanity.
Oh, please don't joke about it. I'm frightened.
All right, my dear. Now tell me about it.
Well, my father was known as Silver Slim Connolly. He lived here for years, but he sent me east to school when I was very young, and I didn't come back here until recently. My father died about a month ago.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He was broke, and all he left me was his old silver mine. He called it the Betty Mine, after me.
And I take it somebody wants the mine.
No, the mine is completely worthless. There hasn't been any silver in it for years.
But, my dear, you were shot at twice. Have you any idea who did the shooting?
No, but it might be the same man who told me to get out of town.
Oh, who?
Mike McCarthy. Ziggy says he's an eastern gangster who's been living out here for several months. Will you help me, Mr. Simon?
Well, I've never been able to say no to a pretty girl. You mentioned a man named Harry Kelly before. Just who is he?
He knew my father. He's been very friendly to me, although he thought I ought to leave town, too.
I've met Mr. Kelly, and he intrigues me very much. I think we'll go see him.
All right. Oh, just a minute. There was some red dust on your coat.
Oh, thank you. Ziggy apparently doesn't get enough passengers to keep his cab dusted. Did you say Ziggy was parked outside in his chariot?
Mm-hmm. He was when I came in. Oh, there he is.
Yes, looking exactly as if he were back in Brooklyn. Ziggy!
Oh, so she found you, huh?
Thanks to your bird dogging, which I must admit in this case has done much to overcome any natural prejudice against cab drivers that I might have. Say, do you know where Harry Kelly lives?
Sure.
Let's go then.
Huh?
Hey, don't you ever clean out this hack? What's all this dust?
Well, who knows? Maybe it was that redhead that hired me yesterday. So she had dandruff.
Ziggy, you missed your calling. You're as funny as an undertaker. Well, now, Ziggy, I don't suppose you'd care to tell me why you warned me to get out of Headstone.
Got me all wrong, Saint. I wasn't warning you. I was just talking about myself.
And I don't suppose you'd care to tell me why somebody took pot shots at Miss Connolly here and told her to get out of town, too.
Me, I don't know nothing. Like I was telling you, Saint, I mind my own business. Maybe you stay ignorant that way, but it's healthier, and I like it like that.
Well, in that case, why did you send Miss Connolly in to see me?
Well, like you can see, she's a pretty little pigeon. She needs to know some guy who'll help her. Now, it ain't no secret that the Saint goes around mixing in other people's business, so I tell her to see you.
And who told you I was the Saint?
I got eyes in my head, ain't I? Like I said, I used to hack in Brooklyn. I got around.
What about this Mike McCarthy?
Strictly smart money, Saint.
Huh?
A lot of guys have crossed his path once, if you get what I mean.
What about Harry Kelly?
Local stuff. A nice schmo, but no more.
You're doing all right for a guy that doesn't know anything.
You got me wrong, pal. Ziggy, he looks people over, but he don't see nothing except one guy is tough, another guy is a schmo, and maybe another guy is too nosy.
I really don't think we should try to involve Ziggy, Simon. He's been very nice as it is.
Yeah, she's got something, pal. I ain't really equipped for it, because the way you're headed, only a saint could feel at home. Saint. Kelly lives on the first floor in the rear.
Oh, thanks. Wait for us, Ziggy. We've got a couple of other calls to make after this.
Don't worry, I'll wait. If you get in any trouble, just yell. Then I'll drive over and tell the sheriff I heard somebody yell for help.
Oh, thanks, pal. Come on, Betty. Well, I hope our friend is in and that he talks.
Yeah. Strange. Harry telling you to come and see him if you had any trouble. If he had any connection with me, then why hasn't he said something to me?
Well, he sounded to me like a cautious man. Maybe he did know something, but didn't want to say anything unless he felt sure something was going to be done. Well, we'll soon know.
Yes, who is it?
Simon Templar.
Oh, the Saint. Just a minute.
Those shots were in that room.
This is no time for conversation, darling. We're going in.
Oh, but...
Like this. Kelly!
Oh, Simon.
Kelly. Kelly, this is Simon Templar.
Saint?
Yes, Kelly, the Saint. Who shot you?
The window.
Mine?
Kelly. Well, Betty, he isn't going to tell us anything now. His killer did a very thorough job. Window open. Must have shot from here. There's a shell on the fireplace.
But what was he saying?
Sounded like sin. Come on, Betty. We're going to spread a little saintliness. And I think I know where to begin. Ziggy, didn't you hear anything?
Well, I noticed some noise, but like I told you...
I know. You mind your own business.
Are we going to the sheriff's, Simon?
No, not yet. Ziggy, who's the astayer in this town?
Old Man Matthews. The office is closed now, but he lives right ahead there. That big white house.
Okay, stop there.
But, Simon...
I'd like to satisfy a little curiosity about that mine of yours. I'll be right back. You stay in here, Betty.
What do you want?
Mr. Matthews.
Who else should be here? It's my house, ain't it? What do you want?
My name is Simon Templar. I wanted to ask you if you know the Connolly Silver Mine.
I know every mine within 200 miles of here, young fella. Hey, ain't that Betty Connolly sitting up there in that taxi?
Yes.
Then why can't she tell you about the mine? She owns it.
Well, she has told me, but I just wanted to check about the possibility of a mistake. How much silver would you say there was in the Connolly mine?
About enough to put in your eye and still leave room for your finger?
Couldn't there be a hidden vein in it?
Nope. There ain't been enough silver around here to make a dime for years and years.
Could there be anything else of value in it?
Mud and water, if you call that valuable.
You sure?
Of course I'm sure. Young fella, I've been here man and boy for 70 years, and I ain't got no time to stand around answering darn fool questions. Goodbye.
Well, goodbye. And Betty, you may be right. Old Man Matthews says the mine is worthless, too. So, Ziggy, take us to see Mike McCarthy.
Are you sure you want to go there, Saint? If I was you, I'd get on that plane. It's leaving pretty soon.
No, Ziggy, I've decided not to leave Headstone just yet. Later you can drive me over to Albuquerque, and I'll take the chief the rest of the way.
Okay, chum, it's your funeral.
Simon, please be careful.
Don't you worry, Betty. The Halo Wearers Benevolent Association would be very upset if anything happened to me. I'll be right up.
Yeah?
I'm looking for Mike McCarthy.
Well, you found him.
It's my Boy Scout training. It never fails. My name is Simon Templar.
The Saint?
I've been known by that name.
So what?
That's a very interesting question. I must try to think of an answer sometime. Meanwhile, I thought you might like to know that I heartily disapprove of your telling a certain Miss Betty Connolly that she ought to leave town.
What's the girl to you?
That's my business.
I could make it mine. And if I do, your halo's going to slip down and start choking you.
I thought bullets were more in your line.
Meaning what?
Meaning the shots fired at Miss Connolly and a little gunning job only a few minutes ago.
I didn't do any gunning. But I'm liable to if you don't beat it.
You sound so sure of yourself, Michael.
That's because I got more in my hand than an itching palm.
It's a very pretty gun, Mike. But I'm very much afraid that nothing will satisfy my curiosity short of knowing why you want to get Miss Connolly out of town.
I got answers for nosy guys. 6 of them. Now just stand right there. Stay away from that desk, Saint, or
Don't worry, Mike. I have no interest in the desk at all. But I do have an interest in Miss Connolly. And now, Michael, I'll bid you adieu.
What happened, Simon?
Oh, not much, I'm afraid. The conversation was just getting interesting when Mike had a sudden attack of dropsy.
That's funny. I never heard of him being sick.
Oh, that's because you mind your own business, Ziggy, like you told me. Betty, where is that silver mine of yours?
About 2 miles out of town.
Is there any place in town where we can rent a car?
Oh, why, I have a car. Why?
I feel a prospecting urge coming over me. Ziggy, take us to Miss Connolly's car, and then we can dispense with your valuable service.
What's wrong with my cat?
Nothing, Ziggy. It's just that I don't like people looking over my shoulder, especially when I visit a lonely mine in the company of a beautiful girl.
Well, here's the Betty mine, although I don't know why you want to see it.
Frankly, I don't know either. But as long as I'm here, I might as well take the 40-cent tour.
Certainly, sir. Right this way. This old cable car goes down into the mine. All we have to do is stand on the platform and pull the cable. It works with balanced weight.
Clever, these 49ers. How far down?
On the 40-cent tour, we give the exact distance. 354 feet, 6 inches.
Thank you. And thank you for having electric lights in a mine that hasn't been worked for years.
Oh, the mine has its own battery. See? Here's a bulb on the car. Shall we go down?
What are we waiting for? Let's go. Maybe the lights will go out.
Just hold it like that. I've been waiting for you two.
Well, Michael McCarthy, I was wondering if we were going to have your company.
And this time, wise guy, don't try anything.
Don't tell me, Michael, that you're going prospecting with us.
I'm riding down with you, but I'm coming back alone. Start the car down, Saint, but don't try no tricks.
You have a suspicious mind, Mike. Well, here we go. Call out your floors, please. Mezzanine, ladies' underwear, galoshes, and accessories.
You'll be singing a different tune pretty soon, Saint. You both had your chance to leave town your way. Now you're going to leave my way.
Oh, Simon, I'm sorry.
Oh, don't be, Betty. This is my first ride on an open cable car.
And it'll be your last.
I wouldn't be too sure. Unless that cable breaks before we get to the bottom.
What are you talking about?
Sucker! It's a little crowded here for a 1-2, so I guess a 1.5 will have to do.
How terrible.
There now, Betty. It's all right.
Oh, but Simon, it could have been you. He almost knocked you off the platform, too.
Yeah, it was the padded shoulders in my coat. I felt them hit the side.
Oh, look at your shoulders. They're covered with dirt from the sides of the shaft.
Yeah. Huh. It's red dirt. Wait a minute. Well, we can go back up, Betty. Mike doesn't need our help, and I don't need anybody to answer questions anymore.
Simon, I'll never understand you. Why did you look at the dirt on your coat and say you didn't need any more questions?
Because that dirt was red sulfide, Betty. And it explains why Mike was so anxious to run you out of town.
Well, I don't see how. Red sulfide is used in paint, but that doesn't make it valuable.
Red sulfide is also cinnabar ore, from which we get mercury, and that is pretty valuable. Evidently, your mine is rich in cinnabar, so it's worth a lot of money, Betty.
Oh, then that was what Kelly was trying to tell us when he said sin.
Yes, he was trying to say cinnabar.
How can I ever thank you, Simon?
Well, I have a couple of ideas on the subject. Oh, but now people would say I was chasing you for your money. So I guess you can just see me off on the train. We'll stop in town and have Ziggy drive us to Albuquerque.
Oh, but I'll drive you.
No, I insist on taking a cab. I don't want you coming back alone. I may want to change my mind about fortune hunting.
Like I said, Saint, I'm glad to see you leaving. This town is just funny about strangers. But hadn't you ought to take Miss Conley with you?
But she doesn't have to go now, Ziggy, and besides, she's rich.
She's what?
Yes, Ziggy, we found out that Dad's mine is valuable after all.
You mean you found silver in it?
No, mercury.
Oh, the stuff they put in thermometers?
That's the stuff, Ziggy. But it's used for a lot of other things, particularly in wartime, and it's worth a lot of money.
Well, what do you know? So that's why Mike was trying to make you leave.
That's it.
Well, did you stop and tell the sheriff?
We didn't have time, but I'll see him when we go back.
Oh, well, that's pretty nice for you, ain't it, buddy? Oh, here we are. Just in time, too. The chief's in already.
Very nice timing, Ziggy. Thanks, Betty, for keeping my forced visit to Headstone from being dull.
Oh, Simon, well, why don't you stay in Headstone? I won't know how to run the mine or what to do with the money or anything.
You'll learn, Betty. You know what to do when you get back to town?
Yes, but will the sheriff believe me? I mean, about Mike McCarthy killing Harry Kelly.
I don't think he will, since Mike didn't kill Kelly.
But
Kelly was shot with an automatic. He ejected a shell on the fireplace, remember? But Mike McCarthy carried a revolver. You saw it.
Yes, but will the sheriff...
Oh, the sheriff will believe when you show him that the gun that killed Kelly is in Ziggy's pocket.
What? What are you talking about?
You knew about the cinnabar ore in the mine. You carried some of it away to be tested in your cab. And there was red dust in it, which you tried to explain with a corny gag.
You're crazy.
Harry Kelly had an idea what was going on, so you slipped around to the back while we were at the front door and killed him.
All right, wise guy, you're so smart. What about Mike?
Mike was working for you.
But Simon, Ziggy told me that you were in town.
Sure, he couldn't be sure that I wasn't here to break up his little scheme, so the smartest thing to do was to get us together so he could watch both of us. He thought I would use his cab, as I did, and it would be easy. But he slipped up when he sent Mike out to the mine ahead of us. Ziggy was the only one who knew where we were going.
Okay, pal, you asked for it.
This time, sweetheart. Like you said, pal, you should have followed your own advice about minding your own business. Well, he's all yours, Betty. The gun that killed Kelly is now on the seat beside him. All you have to do is turn the body and the gun over to the sheriff, and from there on in, he'll mind Ziggy's business for him.
But, Simon...
Don't worry, Betty. I'll stop back someday to make sure that Venus is in conjunction with Mercury.
You have just heard another adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. Now, here is our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, how many times there have been men just like Ziggy, led into crime by insatiable greed, forgetting the simplest truths so aptly phrased by John Dryden. Murder may pass unpunished for a time, but tardy justice will o'ertake the crime. This is Vincent Price extending a personal invitation to all of you to join us again next week at this same time for another adventure of the Saint. Good night.
Tonight's script of The Saint was written by Michael Cramoy. Our cast included Harry Bartell, Barney Phillips, Colleen Collins, Fred Howard, and Tony Barrett. The music was composed and conducted by Harry Zimmerman. The Saint is a James L. Saphir Agency production and was transcribed and directed by Thomas A. McAvity. Don't forget that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer, Merrill Ross. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of Lake of Blood.
Natisa, the Punya messenger, had been to Tarzan's seacoast cabin. He had looked for the Lord of the Jungle in the ape country. He had searched the rolling hills where the elephants made their home. But nowhere was Tarzan to be found. Now, near exhaustion, he climbed the steep slopes of Mount Kayatenko, calling Tarzan's name, hoping that some miracle might carry his voice to the only man who could help in this time of great trouble and sorrow.
Tarzan! Tarzan! It's Tarzan! Tarzan! Tarzan!
Natisa! Natisa, what are you doing in this part of the jungle?
Natisa hunt Tarzan. All over he look.
Well, what is wrong? Why do you search for me?
Torgal.
Something is wrong with my small friend. He's sick?
Not sick. He's lost.
Lost?
2 days ago, many cranes fly over Punya village.
Yes?
Torgo ask Mama Daganya where they go. She not know. He ask chief, warriors of tribe. Their answer's not clear enough for Torgo.
Go on.
We not sure what happened. But after second flock cranes pass over village, Torgo gone. We look, not find anywhere.
Oh, it's his everlasting curiosity. He followed the migration of the cranes, huh? What kind were they?
Kind?
Gunny. Were they the common type, the wattled crane, or the crown variety?
Common.
They winter in the northern regions. Well, it's in that direction that we must travel.
We find Torgo?
If the beasts of the jungle have not found him before us.
Torgo had already been away from home for 2 days. The chances of finding him alive were slim. But Tarzan would not rest until he had either found the native boy or learned his fate. Tarzan's first inclination was to leave the exhausted Natisa, take to the upper level, and speed to the northern country as quickly as he could. But reason prevailed upon him to adjust his speed to that of Natisa. Once the winter home of the cranes was reached, 2 men could circle a district more easily than one.
I think we're getting to the edge of the crane country, Natisa.
Maybe Torgo lose trail of crane, though. Maybe he not here.
Yes, but you and the Punya warrior searched almost everywhere else. It's our only hope.
It's call of crane.
Yes. And look, on the ground beneath that wild pineapple tree.
It's small bow of Torgo.
He's been here, and not too long ago, for no leaves cover it.
Torgo! Torgo! He not answer.
Natisa, we'll take an area of a mile the first time. You circle to the west from here, and I'll circle to the east. We'll meet back here. If we're not successful, and then we'll mark out another circle. Now, don't forget, just a mile. Go no further, and then... Natisa? Why aren't you starting?
Natisa not go west from here. Is Mugilo.
Taboo? I know of no taboos in this district.
West here is Kiwanavisi.
The Lake of Blood? Never heard of such a lake.
Tarzan not know this land. All near here no Kiwanavisi. Natisa not go west.
All right, you circle east. I shall travel west.
West is Kiwanavisi. Is home evil demons. Shore washed with dead butterflies. Fish not live in water. No man ever come back from water that is red. A Kiwanavisi much Mugilo.
Oh, taboos and lakes of blood. Sometimes my native brothers make me angry. Torgo's life is at stake. I shall waste no further time with your superstitions. Tarzan is not afraid of the Lake of Blood.
In just a moment, we shall return to our exciting story. Hour followed hour, and although Tarzan and Natisa covered a wide area, in circles of ever-increasing circumference, they found no further trace of the native boy Tarzan loved almost like a son. Now Tarzan and Natisa had met again, and they moved together through the tangled jungle, their hearts heavy with sorrow.
It's no use. Torgo not here.
If only the wind would stir, I might catch his scent.
Air still like death.
I've called his name until my throat aches. If he were alive and had heard me, he would have answered.
Maybe Tarzan should make cry of bull ape. Travels many miles.
Yes, that's true. My call can be heard far beyond the reaches of my normal voice. Well, it's worth a try.
He's no answer.
I think I heard a faint voice.
Natisa not hear anything?
I did not hear much, Natisa, but I could swear I heard something.
From where?
From the district that you consider taboo. Are you coming with me, Natisa?
Nadia, Natisa come part way with you, but no go near Lake of Blood.
Torgo! Torgo!
Torgo, help us, Tarzan.
It's Torgo.
We come, Torgo!
Tarzan, me and Trap under big tree.
At least you're alive.
Oh, he's caught in strong trap.
I'll force the jaws of the trap open, Natisa, and you pull him out. Gently.
Torgo, hungry, thirsty.
And you have a bad bruise on that leg.
He is from Motigo.
Leg hurt.
The leg does need attention. You need food and water. Natisa, is there a native village near here?
Village of Yaluma, people near here, is maybe 10 miles.
10 miles?
Nearer is trading post of white man, old Buana Morgan.
Morgan? Yes, I've heard good things of him.
His place close by.
Well, then we'll go there. I would hunt for food, but I haven't seen a track or caught the scent of an animal for many hours.
No animals here. 2 days Torgo in trap. Not hear or see any animals.
No animals. That's most strange.
Land Mugilo, even for animals. Cause lake of blood.
I want you to say no more about that, particularly in front of Torgo. I won't have you filling his head with your superstitions.
Natisa right. Animals not here because Megillo.
It's too bad the land is not also taboo to the birds. Did you find the cranes you followed?
Nadio, Torgo see cranes, other large birds. But now Torgo's sorry he followed.
Yes, you're sorry at the moment because you're hungry and sore. Torgo, someday your curiosity is going to get you into real trouble.
Ahead is store of Buana Morgan.
A store? It's nothing more than an old thatched hut.
Is store and home of old man. He friend to natives.
Here, Natisa, you carry Torgo for a minute. Even with friends, it's well to be on guard. Wait here.
Not worry about old Buana Morgan.
Well, a visitor. A customer, perhaps.
I'm afraid we're not customers. We come seeking help.
Well, if you need help, old Chris Morgan's your man. 40 years I've spent right in this same tiny patch of ground, and I've never denied anyone help yet.
People do speak well of you, Mr. Morgan.
Old Chris Morgan's a friend to all, black and white, rich and poor.
Good, because that small boy over there has an injured leg and an empty stomach.
Well, why didn't you say so right away? Bring the boy inside, put him on my cot. I'll go in the back and rustle some grub and find some bandages, just to make yourselves at home.
May I help you?
No, I'm a fussy old bachelor. Won't let anyone in my kitchen.
Natisa, bring Torgo over here.
Theo Tarzan, you carry him inside?
Please. Mr. Morgan said to place him on his cot.
Torgo, hungry!
You'll have some food in just a minute now.
Buana Morgan make food. He's good man, Tarzan. No?
He is most kind. Tell me, Natisa, how can he make a living in this deserted spot?
Many tribes come here, trade hides, ivory, other things with Buana Morgan. He go city once a year, sells hides, ivory, bring back things natives need.
It sounds like a scant livelihood.
He sell much salt.
Torgo, hungry!
I think I hear your supper approaching now.
Here you are, Sonny. Some nice broth, some smoked meat, and some tin biscuits. That ought to hold you for a bit.
I think it will. Torgo, where are your manners?
Santa Buana Morgan.
It's better.
I'll see if I can dig up some antiseptic and bandages to fix up that leg, and then I'll rush a little grub for the rest of us.
Oh, no, Natisa and I can fend for our own food. We would not deprive you of your stores.
Nonsense. I'm glad to have company. Never did like eating alone. Oh, pardon me a minute. Well, this is my old friend from the Yaluma tribe.
Who inside?
Oh, just a young native boy who's been hurt and a couple of men who brought him. Come in. I'm afraid I didn't ask your names.
I am Tarzan. This is Natisa. The boy is Torgo. They are of the Punya tribe.
Oh, the Punyas, eh? Well, meet Kalusu. He is the chief of the Yalumas, and he and his brothers have come to do business with me.
Not talk business front of strangers. Who are you?
I have just told you our names.
Why you come our country?
I do not like your unfriendly attitude, Kaluzu. And I feel no need to tell you why we've come here.
Now, just a minute, folks. Just a minute. There's no sense in having hard feelings. Sit down, Kalusu. I'm just going to bring out a little smoked meat. Maybe
Kalusu not break bread with strangers. Me go now. Come back other time.
No, we will leave. Mr. Morgan, you have been kind to us, and I will not remain here and spoil your chances of conducting business.
Nonsense. Kalushu, these are my friends. If you can't be civil to them, be on your way.
Me be on way. But they be sorry come to land of Kiwanavisi. Lake of blood not like strangers. And this land of Kiwanavisi.
Well, despite the warning of Caluso, the past few days have passed quite uneventfully.
This is a peaceful land for the most part. And so far as the legend of the Lake of Blood goes, well, I don't know. The best thing to do is just steer clear of the district and let well enough alone.
Natisa, steer clear. We go home now, Tarzan? Torgo's leg better.
Is the hurt all gone, Torgo?
All gone. Torgo's strong now. Can hunt elephants and elephants and hippos.
Good. Natisa, I'm sure I can trust you to deliver Torgo safely to Mama Nagama.
Where you go?
I've got to know more about this fabled Lake of Blood.
No. Tarzan not go near Kiwanavisi.
I wouldn't advise mixing in that, Tarzan.
It's land of demons.
Well, there is something strange about a land where animals will not travel and water where fish will not swim, but I do not believe in demons.
Is many demons. Bad demons come at night. Kill those who see not believe in demons.
Torgo, I'm ashamed of you. After all the time I've spent teaching you the ways of the jungle and the ways of civilization. My words have been wasted. You might just as well be as stupid as a savage without one speck of schooling.
But Tarzan, everyone knows demons.
I say there are no demons. They live only in the superstition of your people. They bring fear, and fear leads a people to unhappiness and destruction. Makes them a prey to all those who wave a big stick. It's fear that permits bullies to rule countries. Torgo, I will not have you believe in demons.
Torgo cannot help. He knows our demons.
Natisa, you will return to the land of the Punyas so that Mama Nagama will know that Torgo is all right, that he's with Tarzan. Torgo and I are going to disprove the demons that rule Kiwanavisi. We shall go to the lake.
You mean you'd take the boy into that district from which no one has returned?
No, Tarzan, not go. Not take Torgo.
We shall return. Will you go by my side, Torgo?
Torgo go anywhere Tarzan says.
Good.
Tarzan, I understand your motive, but I think you're making a bad mistake, perhaps a fatal one.
In just a moment, the exciting conclusion of our story. That night, Natisa left for the Punya country. Mama Nagama would be told that Torgo was safe, for the moment. And the next morning, Tarzan and the small native boy headed for the land of the blood-red lake, the small body of water where no living thing could subsist. And yet the bright rays of the sun filtering down through the overhead jungle growth seemed to belie the sinister legend of the district.
You see, Torgo? This land is no different from your own.
We near lake?
I've never been to it, so I'm not sure, but
Why we stop?
I heard the snapping of a twig far off.
Is animal or man?
I've caught no scent yet. Oh, we shall see.
We grab vines, swing to upper level?
Perhaps. Let's be still just a moment. The sound was caused by men, several of them, and they follow us. All right, Torgo, jump onto my back and hold tightly. We'll swing up into the trees. They're holding tight?
Much tight. Torgo's strong.
Boss, why we stop?
Tracks of white jungle man and boy end here.
Where they go?
Caluso not know, but we find. Caluso tell them leave land of Kiwanavisi.
Must find.
They use trick so not leave trail.
We find. They not grow wings and fly.
That sound like boy.
He's laughing boy. Came from tree.
Yes? It came from the tree. I have. Throw your weapons from your hands. If one of you makes a move, I shall run my knife through you.
We not move.
You can come down from the tree now, Torgo.
Tarzan win fight from many bad men?
Yes, only these are not ordinary men, Torgo. These are the demons of the lake.
No, we not demons. We men of Yaluma tribe.
Yes, I know, and you are its chief, a chief who guards his land so jealously he tries to scare strangers away. When they refuse to be frightened, he stalks them as though they were animals to furnish food. Now the mystery of your lake is quite clear. It contains gold, and you have built up this legend to protect it.
No, quiet. Let me tell. Tarzan, believe Caluso. We follow you to stop before you reach Kiwa Navisi. Already too many die at hand, evil spirit. His black mark on people of Yaluma. This their land, not land of death until time of Caluso's father. Now is land of demons. Only want warn you, so you leave with life.
Perhaps I have misjudged you. I shall withhold judgment until I've seen this lake for myself. Where is it?
Beyond Big Rock you see from here. North from there to trail White Rocks, then over Small Ridge. But please, Tarzan, not go.
You need have no worry on my account, Caluso. Torgo and I shall return. We shall meet you and tell you what we have found at the trading post of old Chris Morgan. We will be there before Cuda the sun climbs in the heaven again.
Now Tarzan knew the exact location of the lake. Torgo and he pressed on through the lush foliage that sheltered not even a single animal. Along the trail that was marked by the white rocks, up the side of the small ridge that the native chieftain had described. And when they had reached the top of the ridge, they stopped abruptly, and their jaws hung loose in wonderment.
It is red. The lake is the color of blood.
And like they say, has many dead butterflies, insects floating at edge.
Come, let's go down to the edge of the lake and find out more about it. Oh, watch out for the loose rocks.
They're big rocks, all painted white.
Well, they're not painted white, and yet it's hard to explain their white coating.
It's a funny place.
The strangest place in the entire jungle, I think. Like a giant inkwell hollowed out of the rocks, and the well filled with red ink.
Is ink?
No, it's not ink, Torgo, but we'll see what it is now.
Tarzan, you go into lake?
I'm just wading in a step or two. Now, look at this, Torgo. You see the water I've scooped up in my hands?
Is not red.
It's not even slightly pink. Watch now.
Tarzan holds slimy mud. Is red.
Very red and very slimy. Some of it you'll see floating on top of the water, and the rest of it floats just under the surface.
What is?
Well, it's a little hard to explain. Scientists call it viscous matter, and although it looks like congealed blood, it's not. It's quite harmless. But that answers only the question of the lake's color. Wait,
Tarzan, what make lakes smell like sea?
This. It's almost pure crystallized salt. And the lake itself is of strong salt brine, so strong that even fish cannot live in it, nor butterflies and insects hover over its surface.
What of animals? They like salt.
Yes, they do. So we have other questions to answer yet. Torgo, watch out! Huge rock!
We'd be killed!
Our only hope is in the lake. Hold your breath, Torgo! That was a narrow escape.
I go wet and sticky. Swallow some strong salt water.
It won't hurt you any. Those rocks might have.
What make rocks fall?
I saw no one. The strong odor of the brine prevented me from catching a scent, but I think we're getting closer to the solution of our mystery, Torgo. Climb on my back. We must move quickly now.
Is small Giacula?
Yes, I see the path. I think I know where it leads.
Is Numa the lion is dead?
Very dead. Yet there are no signs of a bullet wound or the mark of an arrow.
Look, Ant's dead too.
They came to feed on the carcass of Numa, and the poison that killed him also killed them. No creature has been too small or too unimportant to escape the villainy of him who controls the lake of blood.
We near store old Chris Morgan.
Yes. Torgo, I'm proud of you. You're becoming very observant. As you know by now, this can mean the difference between life and death in the jungle.
Torgo observed something else. Candarinia in clearing.
Yes, a large kettle, far too large for ordinary cooking. Torgo, we're within earshot of the trading post now, and although I hardly think we're expected, it would be wise to hold our tongues and move quietly.
Torgo quiet as Lano the mosquito.
Good. We'll walk over to the window of the trading post.
Why, you know your old friend Chris Morgan wouldn't take advantage of you, Calusu.
We bring many hides this time.
All right, Calusu. I'll throw in an extra sack of salt.
Good. Old Chris Morgan, fine friend, black men.
I try to be. Are the rest of you happy with the way I've treated you?
Make good trade.
Well, that's good. I'll help you pack up the bags of salt, and then
I
I'll...
will not conclude your business arrangements, Mr. Morgan, yet, Caluso.
Tarzan. I thought...
You thought Torgo and I had been killed by the avalanche you started.
Morgan.
Tarzan wrong. Old Chris Morgan, good man. He not try kill Tarzan and small boy.
Why, of course not. It's ridiculous.
Tell me one thing, Caluso. Where does Mr. Morgan get all the salt he trades to you for the valuable skins of animals?
Me not know. Bring from city?
Could he transport hundreds and hundreds of pounds of salt on his yearly trip?
No.
The salt is distilled in a large kettle he keeps in the clearing behind his store.
Huh?
The brine comes from the lake of blood.
What are you talking about?
From lake?
For over 40 years, he has preyed on your superstition.
That's a lot of nonsense.
The natural color of the lake helped. The ghostly effect of the salt-whitened rocks about it. The fact that the strong brine killed fish and butterflies.
Don't believe him. It's a lie.
He helped make you think the place was taboo by poisoning all living things who entered the district.
So... many things clear now.
Unfortunately, none of you will live to spread this story.
Look out!
We hold Chris Morgan, Tarzan.
You hurt Tarzan?
No, it's just a surface scratch, Torgo, but had it been a fraction of an inch closer.
For over 40 years, I've gotten away with this, Tarzan. If you hadn't come along,
If I hadn't come along, you would have continued to kill all who trespassed upon your land. But now the natives will have the salt they need, and that nature has provided them.
Morgan, we kill you.
No, don't kill me. Stop! You will not take the law into your own hands. I will take him to the authorities.
Tarzan bleed bad.
Don't worry about me, Torgo. I'm quite all right. And I'm happy that we have solved the riddle of Kiwanabisi.
Tarzan, someday curiosity gets you in real trouble.
In just a moment, a preview of our next exciting episode of Tarzan. Missionaries have tried to bring light to the dark continent. But just when we begin to believe the jungle people have changed, we hear the voodoo drums and the incantations of the witchmen. We see a pin stuck through a voodoo figure, and we recognize it as the sign of death. For pagan savagery still exists, and Congo magic still casts its spell.
Tarzan, a creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced and transcribed by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production.
Log entry, the Ketch Scarlet Queen, Philip Carney, master. Position, 8 degrees, 4 minutes south, 112 degrees, 20 minutes east. Wind fresh, sky fair. Remarks, cleared Surabaya, Java after losing valuable cargo. Reason for loss? The peg-legged skipper and the Iberian blade. We followed some dirty weather into the harbor of Surabaya. But as soon as we tied up to the Semarang Trading Company's docks, the skies cleared. Then the port's business renewed. Harbor craft skittered to and fro. Profit in Dutch florins passed from hand to hand under the heat from the Java sun. And a visitor rushed aboard the Scarlet Queen.
1 minute. You are Captain Carney, yeah?
That's right.
I am Carl the Bishop from the Semarang Company.
Oh, you got cargo for us?
Yeah. Cargo for you to take to Darwin, Australia. We will load at once, yeah? When the papers are in order and the officer, you come up there to sign. You first get ready to take it aboard.
What's the rush?
Yeah, rush. Silicon for the steel mills in Australia. I pay you bonus if you rush, yeah?
Yeah. Okay. Gallagher!
Skipper.
Peel the covers off the hatches. We got cargo coming aboard.
Done, Skipper. Nielsen, take 2 men and open number 1 hold. Kohler, give me a hand on number 2. Let's go!
The papers were in order, and even before I'd come back to the ship, the cargo was streaming aboard. As per the bills of lading, the boxes that were dropping into the holds were marked Silicon, the Semarang Trading Company, Darwin.
Hey, what is this stuff, Skipper?
Silicon?
Yeah.
That's a hardening chemical used in making steel, Red. How we doing?
Just about all stowed.
Good, we can use that bonus. I'm going below and get our clearance papers ready. And just about then, we had our second visitor. I heard him before I saw him. And then he was entering my cabin. He was a seafaring man from his looks. In place of his left leg was a wooden peg. He was past middle age, bloated. He looked at me through pig eyes that were forced almost closed by a frown.
I'll have a word with you, Captain Carney, about this cargo.
Wait a minute. Who said you could come busting in here?
You'll sit down, Carney. My name is Tom Larkin, captain of the schooner Sea Sprite.
Can't figure what you and I got to talk about.
This cargo.
It'll be loaded before dark, and I'll be casting off at dawn.
The cargo, Captain Carney, is rightfully mine.
Now, wait a minute.
Never mind an argument, Carney. You see, I've learned that arguments are won by the man holding the gun.
And so Mutual continues The Voyage of the Scarlet Queen, written by Gil Dowd and Bob Tallman, and starring Elliott Lewis. The Scarlet Queen, proudest ship to plow the seas, bound for uncharted adventure. Every week a complete entry in the log, and every week a league further in The Voyage of the Scarlet Queen.
No arguments, Carney. The cargo is mine.
That isn't what the papers say. They're signed by Carl the Bishop and me, and they say the cargo is consigned to me. What do you get off pushing in here with a pistol in your fist saying it's yours?
I have a contract with the Semarang Company. I've sailed under their flag for 25 years. It's my cargo. I was delayed by heavy weather in the Straits. Instead of waiting for me, the bishop gave it to you. You'll be paid a bonus for your trouble, and the affair will be settled with new signatures.
If it's as simple as that, what's the gun for?
I've been dealing with men for a good many years, Carney. Like I say, I learned that more arguments are won by the man holding the gun. I lost a leg as well as an argument one time when I didn't have a gun. It was a strong lesson.
All right, how does this argument wind up?
You'll come with me up to the bishop's office where the contracts will be re-signed and the cargo will be transferred to my ship.
Yeah? Well, we'll see about that. It was just about dusk when we reached the company warehouse, went through the door into the bishop's office. The bishop was through signing or unsigning contracts. The cause of death was unexplained yet, but he was slouched over his desk in an attitude that was unmistakable.
Yeah, what is this? Beggs, what's happened?
A slight man with hunched shoulders and balding head stood in the middle of the room wringing his
Tell me,
hands.
Beggs, what happened? You answer me. What's the matter with the bishop?
I don't know, sir. I was locked up when I came in. I don't know.
Don't jibber, Beggs.
Oh, no, sir. It was like that. I tell you when
Quiet,
I...
Beggs. Bishop? Bishop, what's the... blast you.
He lifted the body to an upright position.
Blast you for a worthless cat.
And he shoved it. The chair, upset, and the body crumpled to the floor with it. Larkin stood looking down at it. So did I. Looking at the ornate Spanish silver hilt of the Iberian blade. It was protruding from just above the bishop's heart.
I'll see to the transfer of that cargo, Connie.
What makes you think I'll stand by anything you see to?
I've got the authority now that the bishop is dead, and I use it.
Look, Larkin, I got a contract with the Semarang Company. They're going to release me from it, or nobody is. That's law in Java, or the Malay States, or Australia, or any place else.
I'll take care of that.
Not with me, you won't. Get in touch with the Darwin office. Tell them to notify the port captain here. I'll take my orders from him.
I'll take care of that, Captain Carney.
You, Beggs, come here.
Yes, sir?
What's your tie-up with this?
Well, with...
With the office, the company.
I'm a clerk,
What was
sir.
the murder for?
I don't know, sir. He was up there just sitting there when I came...
What about that cargo? Why is Larkin so hot to get it aboard his ship?
I don't know, sir. I don't know nothing about Captain Larkin's interest in it.
Sniveling. You better report this murder. Somebody ought to be interested in poor the bishop.
Gallagher? Yes, Skipper, in the cabin.
Where in places you been? Doping off?
I took a little time off and got mixed up in a murder.
Well, put the bottle down. You don't need a drink.
That's where you're wrong. I'm not kidding, Red.
Oh, who was it?
The bishop.
The devil. How come?
I think we took on a hot cargo. I tried to get hold of somebody at the customs office to check it for us, but it's after hours. I think to play it safe, we better get the Queen out of here.
Why? Who are we running from?
A Captain Tom Larkin, who's got a peg leg or crew someplace and strong feelings about putting this stuff aboard his ship. I don't want a dozen or so armed men catching us off guard. I want you to move the Queen.
Where you going?
I'll be in town at the Simpang Hotel. Get her out of sight, anchor in the stream someplace. And break open a few of those boxes and see what the cargo really is. Let me know sometime tonight, will you?
Yeah, sure.
I sent a cable to the Semarang Company's office in Darwin explaining things and requesting an answer addressed to me at the Simpang Hotel. Then I checked the local law to see if the bishop's murder had been reported. It hadn't been, so I gave them as much of the story as I knew. Then I went to the hotel to wait. I waited about an hour and a half. Yeah?
Captain Carney, I must talk to you.
The figure on the other side of the door was very trim, darkly appealing, and very feminine. She pushed away into the room and closed the door.
I am Marcia Calero.
How do you do?
I was for a long time a very close friend to Carl.
Carl?
Carl de Bishop. We met in Argentina, and I followed him here.
Mm-hmm. Sit down, Miss Calero.
Thank you. It is so sad about Carl.
Yeah. Why'd you come to me?
I had no place else to turn. It was such a shock to be told by the police like that. So sudden. They told me about you, and I needed someone to talk with.
In the States, we'd say your act is from hunger, Gordon.
I beg your pardon.
You got my address because you or Beggs or Larkin found out about my cable to Darwin. It's the only place I mentioned this hotel. Suppose we dry up and start again, huh?
Eso es. Captain Carney, where is your ship?
Yes, Pat. My ship is in a safe anchorage, and it'll stay there until I hear from the Darwin office or turn it over to customs or both.
Oh, that is good. I was afraid that Captain Larkin had gained control of it.
Why?
It was Carl's cargo and mine. Now that Carl is gone, it is all mine. We made the original investment, and now I deserve to make the profit. Is that not right?
You aren't wasting many tears over your late very close friend, but it sounds businesslike enough.
I am not so hard as I sound. I am very frightened. Captain Larkin wants to steal the cargo. That is why he killed Carl.
Huh? What is the cargo?
Oh, it is silicon. You must have known that, Captain Carney.
That's what I was led to believe, yeah.
I want you to help. I want you to protect my cargo and have the police arrest Captain Larkin for killing poor Carl. I would pay you a big bonus. You would do this for me?
Everybody's got a bonus. Look, why don't you just tell the police about Larkin?
I'm afraid.
If you're telling the truth, why should you be?
I am telling the truth. But sometimes the truth is very hard to tell.
About the cargo, you mean?
About everything. You see, I am not Carl's legal widow or the remaining legal business partner. Who is that?
Hey, Skipper.
Oh, Red, just a second. Come on in.
Yeah, I'm on... Well, I should say so.
This is Miss Marcia Calero.
How are you?
Mr. Gallagher.
How do you do?
It is my pleasure.
No, not at all.
Yeah. What did you find out about the cargo, Red, if I may interrupt?
Yeah, cargo. Oh, yeah, Skipper. I split open some of those boxes. It's silicon inside, all right. In bars about 1.5 feet long and about 6 by 6 inches the other way.
Capitan, you did not believe me.
I do now, gorgeous. I do now.
Oh, Skipper, here's something I picked up at the desk for you. It's a cable, I guess. Clerk said that it was...
thanks, Red. Hold it.
Huh? What?
Listen.
It's Captain Larkin.
Get out of sight, gorgeous. In there. Hurry. We'll take care of this guy. All right, take the side of the door, Red.
Yeah.
I'll open it. You collar him.
Yeah, okay.
Who is it? You'll open the door, Connie.
Oh, yeah. For you, I will, Larkin.
All right, Uncas, get inside.
Hey, what's the crew for, Larkin? Hey, what is this anyway?
Get inside. Look out! That's enough water for the good captain. Don't want to drown him, Clyde. He's coming round now. Keep him in the chair. Two of you behind him. Get his arms. Now we'll have a word, Connie.
Where are we?
Never you mind that, sir.
What do you want?
You'll tell me where your ship is. That's what I want from you.
I don't know. Oh.
You'll be stupid if you want to, Connie. But look round you. The sight may change your mind.
I looked at the strange room for the first time. Gallagher was on the floor out. The little bald clerk, Beggs, slumped forward against the line that lashed him to a chair. He was bare to the waist, and his torso was striped by welts from the beating. Lashed into another chair sat Marcia Calero, her eyes filled with terror.
You understand now, Connie. There'll be no stopping until we learn what we want to know. Where is your ship?
What happens to my mate and me if I tell you?
No, don't tell me.
I said, what happens if I tell you?
I'll have that cargo.
And what'll we have? My mate and I.
You'll not go together to show me where your ship is.
It's all right. My mate stays here. I'll take you. Then what do we get?
No, you can't.
Once the cargo's aboard the Sea Sprite, and we're well out of the harbor, you'll be put over the side. And I'll be through with you.
I'm supposed to believe that, huh?
All I want is the cargo, Connie. You and your mate can go hang after that. Well?
All right. I gambled because there wasn't anything else to do. I went with Larkin. I marked the spot we left, a residence somewhere near the local river, the Calimas. Then we headed toward the waterfront. I led him down onto the mud shore. I was hoping for a small boat, any small boat that would look like it had come from an American ship in these waters. I kept moving forward as though I knew where I was going. And a few hundred yards down. Here's the boat.
All right. Get in, sir. Now, start rowing. And remember, Captain Carney, I'm the man who's holding the gun.
I rowed us well offshore. I wasn't sure what I was going to do, but I knew I had to do it. And it had to be simple. I figured I'd roll over the side and get under the boat and capsize it. I waited. And then I heard his shots just as I settled into the water. I went under the boat, reached up for the port gunnel and pulled down. Threw him off balance, and before he could regain it, I hit the starboard gunnel and pulled back. Careening back to the other side, he tumbled out of the boat. I heard him come to the surface. He was working well. I got me his gun went. But I'd made a mistake. I underestimated him.
Come ahead, Carney. I'm waiting for you.
I'm coming, Captain. I approached him head on and started to circle. I was barely able to see him in the dark. When I circled to close in, he moved toward me. He flipped over on his back and lunged out at me with his peg leg. Caught me in the solar plexus, knocked the wind out of me, doubled me over. He climbed onto my shoulders and pushed me under. Then the peg kept jabbing down at me. I felt it sear along my face as it took a gouge of skin and flesh from my cheek. And with almost my last bit of consciousness, I grabbed out for it. I held on to it. I fought my way to the surface. I kept my grip on it. Using it as a lever, I held his head underwater. His right boot thrashed into my face, my chest, and my belly. But I held on until the kicks got weaker and stopped. And I had to fight with myself to keep from passing out. He was only half alive when I pulled him onto the mud shore. His gun was still held tightly in his hand. I took it away from him. We rested for a while. He was able to talk by the time I got him into the bishop's office in the Semarang warehouse. Now, like you say, Larkin, we'll have a word, huh? Sit down.
You're a sly one, Carney. But you'll pay for this?
I hope so. What makes that cargo worth all this?
I don't know.
Maybe I can beat you into knowing.
No, you can't. Because I'm not lying. I don't know. It's worth a fortune, but I don't know why.
How do you know it is?
Beggs told me he heard the bishop talking to the woman about it.
Didn't you lash the rest of it out of Beggs?
No.
And you didn't get it out of the bishop before that knife blade went home?
I don't know anything about that. Ask Beggs. He was here.
I think I might do that. Right after I settle you in that chair so you'll wait for the police. He wasn't comfortable, but he was secure by the time I finished lashing him into place. Then I took Larkin's revolver, dried it, reassembled it, and shoved it into my pocket. As I did, I felt the crumpled, water-soaked cable from Darwin that Red had brought me. It was the first chance I'd had to read it. I stopped once before I got back to the residence on the Kalimas River to pick up a likely-looking stick of wood I saw lying by the side of the road. And when I walked down the hall to the room where I'd left Red and the others, I used the stick. With it, I sounded enough like Larkin to fool myself. I hoped my voice would sound enough like him to fool his crewmen.
You'll open the door, man. I'm alone.
Hold it, all of you. Stay where you are.
I said hold it.
Drop your guns. Get your hands on your head. Keep them there. Now, turn around. Get up against the wall.
Captain, how wonderful you are back.
Glad you like it, gorgeous.
Oh, I do. You will free me now.
In a minute, Marcia, as soon as I get my mate on his feet. Hey, Red. Gallagher. What the devil are you doing? You all right?
No, I'm not all right. But I learned enough to play possum after they clubbed me the last few times I came to. Give me a lift up, will you?
Yeah, sure. Come on, mate, on your feet. There you are.
What happened to your face?
I got tangled up with that peg-legged Larkin.
Capitan, you will free me
Don't
now.
get anxious, Marcia. Beggs is in worse shape than you are. Here, hold the gun on your friend, Red. I'll cut him loose. Beggs? Come on, Beggs. We'll have you back on your...
What's the matter with him?
He wasn't built for a flogging like that.
Oh, he's dead? He's been sitting there.
Come on, Marcia. I'll cut you loose.
Gracias. I can't go with you, Capitan. You will stay near me.
I'm not so sure you'll want to go with him.
Oh, but I do. You have to take me.
Okay, remember that you asked me. We're going to my ship to get a few bars of your silicon and then to the customs office. Red, take care of your friends, will you? I'll be back.
Nick. Oh, you is the English?
No, American.
Yeah, what is you
We brought you some silicon. We'd like to have you look over. It's from a cargo that belongs to Miss Calero here.
It is also unnecessary, Capitan.
What is it you want, silicon?
I want you to take these bars someplace where you can melt them down.
Oh, Capitan, why you do this? You are so foolish.
Maybe, gorgeous, but if silicon wasn't the cause of this mess tonight, something else was.
What is mess?
2 murders to date.
What is the silicon?
Ask her.
I ask you.
I do not know what this is all about.
No, I think I can come pretty close. A shipment of silicon to Australia is natural enough. It's used to harden iron in making steel. I don't know what its melting point is, but it's pretty high, over 1,000 degrees centigrade. So it would be a lot of trouble to melt down the bars to see if anything had been mixed with the silicon.
Yeah. You talk too quick. I don't follow so fast.
You don't have to understand. All you have to do is have it melted to prove whether I'm right or wrong.
I do not know anything you are talking about. I will be at my home if the customs officer wants to talk any more to me.
Hey, look.
Yeah?
Get this stuff someplace where you can melt it. I got another stop to make with her.
Yeah, if you think it is necessary.
It is, Chief. I got it on good authority. Hey, Marcia, wait a minute. Oh, wait. I'll walk you home.
I do not think I would like it.
Oh, come on. Maybe on the way we can figure out how to pin the bishop's murder on Beggs. Come on.
You are a difficult man to understand, Captain Carney. Why did you say that?
Because you killed the bishop. So Captain Larkin wouldn't force him to transfer the cargo to his ship.
Why do you say that?
Because Captain Larkin saw you do it.
He is lying. You know he is.
No, I wish I did. I hate to see you go up for it. You aren't the type for Dutch prisons.
Captain, wait. Why did you say that?
Because you're so beautiful.
You think so?
I'm human. I'm not blind.
I do not understand you. Look at me.
Mm-hmm.
What do you want?
For what?
To go away or to stay with me? You know what it is about the cargo, no?
Sure. Diamonds.
They don't have to find them. Why don't you stay with me? We will have money and together a good life.
With eyes like yours, gorgeous, you'd make it tough.
Querido, please.
But I saw that Spanish knife handle sticking out of the bishop's chest.
Oh, don't, please.
I'm afraid I wouldn't have one easy moment with you.
Oh, but you would, mi amor.
Because I couldn't forget how you handled very close friends when you're through with them.
I hate you. I'll kill you. Get away from me.
All right, calm down,
Let me go. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
The hours between the time I dropped Marcia into the hands of the local homicide boys and our departure from Surabaya were busy ones. Customs took the rest of the silicon off the ship and melted it down. The diamonds hidden in it were worth enough to buy and sell the Queen 3 or 4 times. We took on a legitimate cargo the next morning, and by noon we'd cast off and nosed out into the wind, sweeping down across the island of Madura. Red balled the men into their positions. And the halyards streamed through the sheaves under the pull of strong backs. The mainsail rose into place. The jib went out. And the mizzen. The deck beneath me canted the port. And the Scarlet Queen took the bone in her teeth and settled onto her course.
I guess we'll get there with this rig, Skipper.
It'll do, Red. At least it's dropping Surabaya on our stern fast enough.
Yeah. You know, you're a pretty sharp lad, Skipper.
Oh, thanks, Red. How do you mean?
Oh, the way you figured out that there were diamonds in that silicon. How'd you do that?
Oh, that was simple, Red.
I might be just a little psychic.
Oh, you haven't got X-ray eyes. I know you well enough to assume that, I think.
I hope your opinion of me won't drop when I tell you, Red. That cable from Darwin gave me a hint.
A hint?
Yeah, it was from Customs. They said they'd arrested all the Semarang Company personnel in Darwin and would appreciate any information I could give them on those in Surabaya. They were suspected of smuggling diamonds.
Oh, a hint.
Why did all arrest, Red? Up to and including putting another beautiful woman behind bars.
Yeah, well, we'd all be better off if you'd stay away from them and stick to the one you got. Here, Skipper, to the Queen.
She's got a few tricks herself.
Yeah.
To the Scarlet Queen. After you, mate. After you. Log entry. The Ketch Scarlet Queen. 5:30 p.m. Wind fresh. Sky fair. Sea cresting with high cross-swell. Ship secure for night. Signed, Philip Carney, Master.